Yo, how we're doing today? It's been a while, but we're back again with more D&D. It's been a while that I streamed it, but we're still developing more stuff. And this time I wanted to focus a little bit more on downtime activities. I have to look into what people can do between like adventure sections, because I do feel that it would be nice if we could make a D&D campaign take, well, for example, more than a month. So what you usually notice in D&D is that things progress rather quickly, right? But I think it would be nice if you sometimes just have sections where it's like, oh, nothing happens for a week. You get a week of downtime while something is being researched, or maybe there's a time skip of 3 months, and in those 3 months you can acquire a new skill, like you can learn a new language or like stuff like that, right? So that's why I started looking into it. I already got some stuff, but I don't have everything yet. Let's see. In my sheet, what I have is... Of course, I can't show everything. So what I have on my side right now is just the brief for session 0 that I'm working on. That I should go through with the rest of the party to explain what the rules are of the setting or of the game, so we all know what to expect. But I also have my own Excel sheet with things that I'm allowing people to learn or not learn or be able to do. So yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing today. Let's see, sheet, D&D sorting list, yes. So, for example, where's the name for this thing? Rename it to the skill list. For example, they could learn a fishing skill for lakes, so they know how to fish within lakes without disadvantage. Or they have Arctic fishing, so they can learn to fish in Arctic zones, which is different, of course. Or in cold seas, or in normal seas, or in warm or tropical environments. Same for mining. You could mine underground, you can mine in the mountains, you could mine in volcanic active areas, you could mine in a glacial area. Like, there's all like these different things, sub-skills that I want them to pick up. And then, for example, it costs them like 20 GP a week, and to fully master the skill, it takes 4 weeks. So if there isn't anything happening for a week, they could cough up the 80 gold pieces, and then they're just working on that for that period of time, and then they acquire a new skill. Of course, they do need to find a skill master, right? Someone that can teach them how to do it. But yeah, that's the idea pretty much. There is foraging for temperate forests, boreal forests, jungles, deserts, underwater. There's riding skills for horses, bipedal creatures, elephants, camels, giant lizards, griffins, or flying reptiles. There is the land vehicle skill for wagons and sleds. Like if you have a wolf, or like, how do you call it? A mastiff or dog sled or whatever, you need to learn how to use it, right? Same for water vehicle skills. You have canoes, keelboat, sailing ship, longship, warship, galleys. There is some bartering skills, which can allow them to earn more money from selling stuff. I think a good thing would be, although I'm not sure how to explain it, but I was thinking about if they buy it, they just buy it at store value, right? They pay like the 25 GP. But I do feel like selling should be less valuable because it's secondhand, right? Or maybe if it doesn't carry the mark of like a famous smith, that people could question like if it's really good or not. Like if you find a sword from a goblin in a cave and you're gonna sell it in town, you should not be getting 25 GP for that because it's just a crude sword made by a goblin in a cave, right? So that should not be worth 25 GP. Maybe it's more like metal scrap that you could smelt and then make something new out of. But yeah, we have novice, apprentice, journeyman, expert for that. We got, let's see, what else? A skill to access smuggling and black markets. I guess some people might enjoy that or would want to learn that skill, how to find those black markets in certain towns. There is the trading auction access, which allows you to attend noble or rare item auctions. You know how to network your way into those exclusive auctions for like higher society. I did give the warning, items may sell for above market value depending on demand and rarity. In other words, it's literally a bidding match. So if there's a noble with 200 gold to his name and he wants a fancy sword, then he could pay down that 200 gold just to get that sword, even though the sword might be just worth 25 gold pieces. But you know how rich people are, they overspend, right? Let's see, there is herbcraft and alchemy to help you identify common herbs. There's apprentice level for uncommon herbs. There's journeyman for rare herbs, and then expert for exotic herbs and above. There's stone lore. I think that might be an interesting skill. What I want to do is that I want to be able to give them the skill that they could recognize certain structures based on the stonework or architecture or building style. So for example, there is the mountain craft lore expert skill, and then you can say what I've written down here is you've trained in identifying the architectural style, construction methods, and stoneworking traditions of mountain dwelling cultures. This includes dwarves, Goliaths, giants, and other highland people. You can discern subcultural differences, such as whenever a rune was carved by fire, by fire giants, stone giants, or particularly dwarven hold. You gain advantage on history or investigation checks to identify, interpret, or navigate mountain-built structures, strongholds, or carved passages. And then we have something similar for Elvish, and that's not just elves, but it also includes all the elf sub-races. So if there is a sea elf, or high elf, wood elf, or even like Eladrin, or like other kinds of elves, you could ascertain what kind of subculture of elf made that structure. Same for the monstrous craft lore expert. Then you can see which beast culture would have made a structure. So like kobolds, Goliaths, orcs, that sort of stuff. Also, I guess minotaurs or whatever, like the monster types, right? Usually they're enemy types. There's the psionic craft lore expert, which is for races that have to do with psionics, which includes the Kalashtar, the Githyanki, the Gizzerai, and the Mind Flayers. So if you go into like a structure and you see like weird paint, like weird symbols on the walls, or like a weird material being used, and someone has this skill, they would be able to ascertain if this might be like a Mind Flayer lair, or if it would be Kalashtar based, or that sort of stuff. I think that would be pretty handy to have as a skill, so you already know what to expect, right? Same for Totemic Craft Lore Expert, which is for Owlins, Aurakokra, Haragon, Leonins, Luxodons, Bearfolk, and other well, animal-based races. There's Underworld Craft, which is for the devils and demons. Oh shit, what's happening? It's John. How you doing? Welcome, welcome everyone. I am Jinzou Jinn. Normally I'm a bartender, but today I'm a dungeon master working on my world. What you up to? Utaware Mono, Mask of Deception. Ooh. Are you getting far? Oh, Bauer Chitier. I totally forgot about that. Hi, Baker. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I'm preparing Dungeons and Dragons. John's gonna be in there, and Kairoshin, and then Tatted Clouds, and then Shigeyoshi, and that hobby is Keita. We're making a, well, we already made the group. We're gonna have a session 0 on the 8th of June. I'm just working through some other stuff. What I was talking about before you rated me was the skills that I want to introduce to the party that they can learn in certain towns or cities. And that requires downtime to learn. And some skills take 4 weeks, some take 20 weeks, some take just 1 week to acquire, and it also costs some gold to acquire. The costs are pretty high. So that means usually only one person in the party would probably learn that skill, and the party would rely on them to know that skill. So you can spread out your skills that way, like, oh, this person learns this in this town, and that person learns that in that town. And it gives you a slight technical advantage in recognizing dangers before you're introduced to them. So what I was going over was the craft lore expert skills, which means you recognize architecture and building styles of certain races. So imagine you find a shrine or a dungeon and you see a very particular building style. Then if you have this skill and it's the right skill for it, then you can just say like, hey, I have this skill. Would I be able to recognize this architecture or this type of building? And then I can check what kind of building it is, and then also if the skill is right for it. And then if it is right, I can just tell you like, oh yeah, this is totally a mind flayer type of building. It has to do a lot with symbolism in psionics and like meditation rooms or recreation of tadpoles or whatever stuff. So I can give you already some information about what type of things you could expect in such kind of settlement or dungeon or shrine or place. Hopefully there's something nice from Barukitir this time around. There is also survival training for specific zones. So for example, there is the desert survival training, which allows you to well, I can just read it out loud, it's not really a secret. You can safely travel alone through desert terrain without guides or escorts. You know how to ration water, find shelter, locate drinkable sources, and regulate activity to avoid heat stroke or dehydration. You're aware of desert-specific hazards like mirages, sandstorms, and venomous wildlife. So if you go into the desert without this skill, you're at a disadvantage. You're gonna fall for mirages and sandstorms and well, venomous wildlife. But if you have the skill, I would grant you advantage against those kind of things. Ooh, Prime Flow is up. I already have that one, but it's still a good one. Sniper Ammo Mutation, Primed Charge Shell, Primed Flow, Primed Bane of Corpus, Primed Rubido. Oh, that's the Arquine one, right? Halikar Rat, Ignis Rat, and Supra Vandal. Oh, well, I think I have most of those, including the Primed Rubido barrel, but I'd have to double check. Luckily, it's here for the entire weekend. Hey, John, do you feel like talking about D&D? Like, would you want to join voice chat, or Not really. It's up to you. You're down? Alright. Let me hop into a voice chat then. I'm with Jinn in VC2. Oh, okay. I do have to ask, like, are you busy with like doing Warframe stuff, or are you okay with D&D stuff? I mean, if Jinn's down to talk about D&D stuff, that's fine too. Just buying borrow stuff? Ah. Yeah, because I do want to talk about D&D stuff, right? Because if it's like mostly Warframe stuff, or if you're busy with Warframe stuff, then I'm gonna just let you guys do your thing. We just here? Ah, okay. If you just chill in, then I could join.
Hey Jinn, what's up?
Aye. Fair warning, I am streaming, just so you know.
I'm aware.
Oh,
We're
okay,
aware,
okay.
don't worry. We're just buying our stuff for the week. So yeah, what you up to?
I'm mostly working on D&D stuff. I started making a huge list of skills you guys can acquire during your adventures that might give you advantage in certain situations. It's not it's not a straight up power boost kind of thing, but more like, oh, you have advantage on knowing certain knowledge about the world. So if you have to roll for knowledge, or if you know something, then you would just have advantage straight up. So you have improved chances of actually getting it right instead of grasping at things.
Yeah, that would be good at least.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much you caught, but one example would be the, for example, stone lore, which is normally just dwarven, a dwarven racial, right? I expanded on it, so it's not just for dwarves knowing dwarven structures. No, now you can even recognize if there is a structure that is elvish and what subculture of elf is related to that structure, or what you could expect.
Ah. So it's gonna be a bit more interesting, is what you're saying
Yeah,
here.
yeah. These are skills that you learn from a master or like from another NPC. So, for example, you spend 4 weeks inside a town, or maybe you spend 2 weeks or whatever, and then you pay like a certain amount of cash to learn that skill from that person. So it's a way for you to spend your money and also spend your downtime, and then acquire something permanent for your character, so you become stronger without necessarily being like a combat upgrade. It's more like an exploration upgrade.
Well, that means it's good for me because I do love doing that.
Hi, Smucker. How you doing? It's been a
Hey,
while.
Smucker.
Hey, John.
Yo. Yeah, that's everything. Everything that says galvanized.
Like mainly which one was it that I was looking for?
Start with the shotgun ones and then work with the other weapons.
I also added skills for fishing in different zones. So you have
Wait,
lakes.
different fishing, like...
Like if you need to go hunting for food, right? You need rations. You're running out of rations. I am expecting that you might not know how to fish. So you have to learn how to fish, and then you get advantage on fishing, so you can get more fish when you're fishing, so you can resupply your rations during the hex scroll.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so normally if you don't know what the heck you're doing, because hey, not everyone knows how to fish, right? You just have disadvantage on doing that activity. You can still fish, but you have disadvantage. But with the right skill for the right area, because hey, lake areas are still different from seas, or fishing on the Arctic is totally different from in a tropical zone, right? So if you have that, you can just roll for normal, like without disadvantage, that sort of stuff. We have the same for mining, we have the same for foraging, like if you're trying to find herbs in the forest, be it herbs for potions, or be it herbs for for just healing, or how do you call it, for just for food. Also different zones. We have riding skills, so you can learn how to ride a horse or a bipedal creature or other exotic animals like maybe elephant or camel or even maybe flying creatures eventually. And of course, depending on how rare it is or where you learn it, it might take longer, it might be shorter, and the price might also vary. Certain skills can only be learned in certain zones, right? If I were to say like, oh yeah, in the desert they don't ride horses, they ride camels, then you could learn how to ride a camel there, but you wouldn't be able to learn that in the Arctic or like in the jungle, right? Because there's no camels there.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of works like that. So you can spend money to get upgrades for different things in the game.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm. Origin comes with a chance of picking poisonous items. Yes, there's even a skill for recognizing what you're picking up. Herbcraft and alchemy. And it goes from novice to expert, where you can, on the lowest level, you can just identify common herbs. A level upgrade is uncommon. Higher is rare, and then at expert level, you know how to identify exotic herbs, which includes poisons, of course, because, well, poisons are also herbs. Or, well, plant things, right?
I'm thinking of what to ask, but at the same time, like, should I ask this?
What do you want to know?
Oh, so in terms of it's still fine.
Uh-huh.
How, for example, is testing poisonous stuff on random goblins counted as evil or neutral?
Are you meaning like, oh, you put like a random, like you think something is a poison, you put it on an arrow and you shoot a goblin with it, and then you get to observe the effects, like something like that? Or are you talking about like binding a goblin to your operation table and then feeding him poison for the next 24 hours?
Yes.
Because those two are wildly different things, of course. Like, hey, one is like a single experiment and you just get to see what happens, and the other one is like a very extensive torturing method.
The answer is yes.
I do feel like doing like, how do you call it, like doing experiments for a prolonged time on what individual would be more evil-ish.
Really? Oh.
Oh, Baker's also asking, is there a gazebo? You want to fight the mimic gazebo?
No. I want to fight the warehouse.
Oh, yeah. The warehouse. I remember that one.
Like, it's a warehouse. It's not supposed to be anything.
You mean warehouse like werewolf? And then you saw the like DM hastily scribble stat notes for a warehouse.
It is now.
It is now. Also,
So, like, is it?
I need to find a good way to introduce bartering to the game. So, for example, if you buy something like a sword, it would be, for example, 25 gold pieces, right? But that's also because it's custom made. It's custom. Well, it's like high quality, right? It's new. You bought it from a blacksmith. But what happens if you try to sell that sword again to someone else? How much is it worth at that point? I don't think people would buy it for full price because, hey, it's secondhand. People might not know where it's coming from. So I'm still figuring out what the value is of things if they're secondhand and you're trying to sell them. I started with 1/10 of the value, but that seems a little bit steep for certain things. Like for ingredients, okay, I could understand that for poisons or for herbs, right? That you get 1/10 of the value compared to if you buy it because it's highly sought after to buy, but to offer, it would be worth less.
Yep.
But how is it with swords, right? Like, I can't imagine a second-hand sword going from 25 gold pieces to like 2.5 gold piece. Like, I think it would still
Depends on
I
who
think-
owned the sword before, I guess.
Yeah, like I can imagine like, oh, maybe it's still like 10 GP or 5 GP, but or maybe it's just more worth as scrap that the blacksmith is willing to buy it as scrap metal to. Because if the sword is something you found in a goblin cave made by a goblin, then obviously it's not going to be worth a lot, right?
Yep.
So that's why I was thinking about it. Like, would it be good if I started it at like 1/10 of the value and then ramp it up through skills? Like, hey, if you become an expert at bartering, you can get half price out of items. So if you buy a sword, it's 25 gold pieces, but if you sell it, you still get 12.5 out of it. Because you become an expert at bartering.
Yeah, that would be cool if you can do that.
Oh, I also had some other skills that might interest you. There is the appraisal skill, very isekai-like, but this one is just for normal items. It's not magic items. So accurately identify an item's market value, detect forgeries and counterfeits, which is, I think, pretty useful, right? If someone proclaims like some cloak is made by a fashion, I don't know, cloak weaver, and then you can use that skill to find out if they're telling the truth or if it's a fake.
Oh yeah, that would be good. You can do that.
There's also a skill for allowing people to know how to smuggle and also how to access black markets. You probably like that one.
Oh, definitely.
But
I do love me some explorations.
But to get that skill, you would still have to find someone that can teach you how to get in contact with people knowledgeable about like black markets or smuggling, right? So you first would have to find the NPC able to introduce you or teach you how to find those things inside towns or villages. There is also trading for auction house, auction access, which allows you to attend like noble auctions, like high society auctions, where you can buy rare resources, but they might be more expensive than what you would find in the store because, well, there's noblemen bidding on them, and usually they have deep pockets and they're trying to outbid each other, right?
Yeah, they're also annoying as hell.
Yeah.
I understand.
But hey, like if there is something like that in town where there's like an auction, you would have the skill to talk yourself into like one of those auctions. I think that would also be a very nice side upgrade to have. As you can see, it's not really like a combat upgrade or like getting advantage on persuasion or something that's very specific, but it does allow you to network your way into certain situations or get like monetary value benefits over time. I think that's way I can keep it balanced, because I do want to offer you guys like things to do during downtimes. Like, imagine there's like a month where nothing happens, or you have to wait for newsletters for coming in from another town because hey, maybe they're sending an eagle or an owl as a messenger thing, and then you have to wait before you get answers, right? Then I can say like, oh, I'm granting you all downtime. What do you want to do with that downtime? So you can learn skills like this. Or, for example, you could like roam around the town, maybe try to find hints or tips or like side quests, or you could gamble or like those kind of things I want to be able to offer.
Oh yeah, question about how you're gonna handle downtime. Are you gonna handle it by hours where there's 24 hours in a day, so well, you have 16 hours technically, right? For you technically have 16 hours to roam around and do whatever you want.
For downtime, what I'm saying is that downtime would mostly happen inside towns or cities where you're literally doing nothing. Like, you're not traveling, you're not going anywhere, you're just in town. So you spend money for staying at an inn, right? So depending on what type of lifestyle you have, it has different costs. So if you live modestly, it would cost you 1 gold piece a day. If you're being, what was the state above it? It's not modest, it is comfortable, I think. That's
comfortable,
yeah, that's 2 gold pieces. So imagine you're staying a month inside a town, that's like 30 days approx. And then if it's comfortable, it would be 2 GP, so that would cost 60 gold pieces just to be able to eat, drink, and stay at that tavern, right? And then on top of it, if you want to gamble, well, that would cost money, right? Or you could win money with that. Or you could do other stuff like contact the blacksmith, so you could like negotiate if you could rent out his forge to make something, or maybe you could even just hire the blacksmith to make something for you in that time period.
I'm actually thinking of something stupid in terms of like what we can do.
I do feel like the downtime would specifically be more for cities and towns. So if you're standing still at a location, or well, how do you call it? Like not traveling. And I think most of the things that I put up, like most of the skills, take weeks to learn. So it's either 1 week to learn horse riding, or it takes more weeks to learn how to ride, I don't know, a bipedal creature or something.
Oh, I was thinking so you know I'm playing a artificer, right? And I can basically put enchantments on, well, technically almost anything, as long as it's counted as something that we own.
Yeah. So what I saw in the list is that you have a very specific list of infusions you can do for items, right?
Yep.
And there's also a hard limit on the amount of infusions you can do. I think you start at 2.
Oh yeah, there's a hard limit.
And then you can upgrade to, I think, 6 things at the same time. And I mean, if you want to use your downtime for that, that's I don't have an issue with that.
Oh no, I was actually thinking of, I was actually already formulating how I can make a trailer for the party.
Oh my, a trailer? What?
I mean, a trailer is basically just a, you know, a very pimped out carriage, right?
Yes.
Who knows?
Are you trying to turn it into like an American road trip kind of situation?
Kinda.
But how are you gonna travel through the mountains or through the forest with a carriage, though?
That's the thing. That's the fun of it. I have to figure that out.
Because I did start writing the you see it on screen, I think, on my stream. There's a very long list of things I have to go through with you guys about talking on how my vision is on certain things. Like you can, it's 34 pages, man.
I mean, I wouldn't do something as stupid as be like, oh yeah, so I don't want to go up the mountain, so I'm gonna find a way to skip it by making it like this. No. I just want to try to make traveling more convenient.
Oh, well, it's like, how do you say?
But, you know, convenience in exchange for my resources.
Like, I feel like I want to keep the downtime specifically to towns, because then it's linked to waiting time, but it also allows you to use up your gold, right? Because one of the big things in D&D that people always have trouble with is gold amount.
Gold bloat.
Yeah, gold bloat. And then eventually you have 5,000 gold and you have nothing to do with, right? So by introducing costs of living and downtime, that sometimes just for a month nothing happens and you just have to spend your time elsewhere or on something else. You could like maybe learn a new language or learn a new trade or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of like the thing that's on my mind right now, yeah, I want to one of the things I want to do is I want to see how far I can go with trying to recreate some modern technology.
Oh, well, I don't... So this is a little bit of a meta knowledge problem. It's like you in real life would know how, for example, electricity works, right? And you could power
Oh,
machines.
no, not something like electricity. It's just something simple as, oh, hey, so it's like, oh, so a lantern can be made with this and this. Oh, so that means I can make a lantern that's powered by, I don't know, whatever metal that's imbued by heat, right? Then I can turn that into a small heater that we could probably put in a carriage or in a cart.
Well,
depends.
I would say there is a way to do that, but it's very reliant on what you find in the world. So I did tell you before that I created a long list of ores and gems and crystals you can find in the world, right? So for example, if you find some kind of ore that would contain heat, then you could use that to make like a heater kind of thing, right? Or maybe you could make an armor out of it to keep you warm when in an Arctic environment. Or, for example, you might have some kind of ore that remains cool even in hot situations. So you could make an armor out of it to cool yourself down so you don't overheat while walking in the desert. Something like that. So you could use those different things to make different items, right? For example, there might be an ore that just gives light. That's the only thing it does. It gives light. What are you going to make with it? Well, you could make a lantern out of it. You could make a helmet out of it. You could make a sword out of it. I'm allowing you to do whatever you want with that ore, if it makes sense. But you do have to find that ore first, which means you have to go mining and excavating.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the collection of materials. And it's not that I'm gonna use meta knowledge to make like, oh, hey, here's a toilet. No, it's more like, oh, so my character knows how to do this. Okay, then that means I can make this, right? If I did a bit of substitution on it.
Yeah. So
I am
will
planning
say,
to play.
I have thought about a lot of things, how to allow your character to grow into certain things. For example, imagine I have a very sea-like environment, right? Where you're going by ship between islands a lot. In that area, people would probably not use heavy armor because the moment they fall overboard, they would sink like a rock, right?
Yep.
So they would probably try to find more like light armor or medium armor, or maybe some kind of alternative material instead of heavy armor that would make the heavy armor lighter, or maybe allow them to float even in heavy armor, or you know, just an adjustment to their how do you call it, like a regional change. So you could like sell your old armor, or maybe, I don't know, if you have a location you can send it home, or you can even just put it in a chest as long as you're on the ship and just wear something else in the meanwhile, because if you fly overboard you don't want to sink, right? And I think those kind of changes would keep it interesting, because if you're always wearing the same armor, like, oh, you got heavy plate and you're always wearing heavy plate, then eventually it's just very static, right? So I think adding environmental dangers would be interesting for that, or like environmental benefits.
Schmucker has the same ideas that I have right now.
How the caravan could work: road, wheels, forest, artificial spider legs, Arctic and snow, sled parts, swamp, burlap sack, overground.
I kind of want to see like what my character can come up with what it has, and so that it just makes a we have a caravan that I kind of want to see if I can at least manage a small caravan that can, you know.
Wait, what do you mean with caravan though? Like.
Well, so yeah, we've talked a bit on like my character's motivations, right? But as you know, as everything else in the world, to get that you're gonna need money. So how does my character earn money? I was thinking of them just being like being an old-time merchant as well.
So they're traveling around being a merchant, as like a sellsword pretty much, or like I guess a spellcaster, but also
kind of a spellcaster. But I also do trading on the side.
Makes sense. I mean, yeah, a peddler. Like
Yeah, I'm a peddler on the side,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. You
Have
go.
business permits. I leave that to you, and how I leave that to you.
You can just say it's like you go where the money is. Like if you see an opportunity to earn money, and you think it's within your skill range, then you would go for it. Or if you think it could gain you an advantage, for example, imagine you save a town. You defeated some kind of evil or trouble they were having, and now the town trusts you. So they're more willing to buy or sell you stuff. Yeah, because you already proven that you're trustworthy by helping them. So hey, that fits pretty well, I think. Like, hey, that makes sense.
It also gives me a reason to attach a cart to my steel defender when we're just traveling around.
I'm not sure.
And then probably either leave the cart or find a way if I can disassemble the cart, maybe. Who knows? I'm already going to tell you though. One of my earlier goals will definitely be get a bag of holding.
I mean, isn't that within your list?
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm saying already that it would be on.
Yeah, I mean, if it's within your list, that's perfectly reasonable to go for, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just saying that I'm gonna put it. I promise not to make any gravity bombs using the bag of holding. I did that once. That was a fucking mess. But yeah, I'm already informing you early so that you know that because I know that it might frustrate people if I'm not completely going the combat route for a lot of stuff. No potato potassium bombs. Damn it, Smucker! You ruined my plans.
Hey, you would need to have a great alchemy knowledge then. Like there is literally a profession kit for alchemy, right?
Yeah, the alchemist set.
So if you're proficient in the alchemy kit and you would have spent a lot of time researching how to make like black powder or whatever. I mean, I did say that I would allow very early gun or like firearms into the session, right? Like if you have if your character is like a musket or
I'm probably not gonna go the.
How do you call those weapons again? Like the single shot pistol or the musket rifle thing?
Well, the musket rifle is just musket. You mean a flintlock pistol?
Yeah, flintlock. Like if you have flintlock pistol or if you have the other one, I think that would be acceptable, but not full-on automatic shotguns or whatever.
Dude, I'm not making a frame here.
No, this is not Isekai Warframe.
Bro, I'm not making a warframe. What the hell, man?
I mean, there is the armorer artificer that could make an armor.
I know, but really?
Yeah, but like there is how do you call it, like a faction that would be more interested in firearms than in magic. So yeah, matchlock, flintlock, musket, like that kind of stuff is fine. In a similar sense that, for example, cannons or ship cannons would exist, right?
Yep.
Like they have rudimentary understanding of black powder and how to fire a cannon from their towers or into a tower or to put it on a ship to fire at other ships. So I feel like flintlock or matchlock pistols would then also make sense to have. They would function similar to crossbows, pretty much. Like, oh, you can fire and then you have to reload and then you can fire again. So it's not like a bow where you can just, if you have like, how do you call it, like, it's not multi-attack, what was it called again? Extra attack. If you have extra attack with a bow, you can just attack 2 times, 3 times in a row, right? But with a flintlock pistol or with a crossbow, you have to reload it first, which takes a bonus action, and then you can shoot again.
Yep.
Wait, hand gone? What do you mean? Like your hand is gone, or you mean like a hand cannon, or
a hand cannon?
Hand cannon. Wait, Hand cannon as in what? The guy from Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, yeah.
Or guts, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you would need a lot of strength to withstand that recoil.
Yep. Or just a way to go and plant yourself into the ground, I guess.
I would still say strength. Because like binding a cannon to your arm, that's actually a giant feat of strength to resist the back blow of a cannon shot. Wait, a historical weapon called the handgun. I have not heard of that. What's the handgun?
Wait, you have not heard of the handgun?
Handgun. The hand cannon, also known as handgun, is the first true firearm and successor of the fire lance. Oh, you just hold it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could work, I think. The gun that came before muskets and pistols? Hey, I mean, at that point, that's more like a flavor thing, right? Because I feel like all of them would function in a similar sense as the crossbow. Like, you load it, you fire it, you reload it again, and then fire it again, right?
Yep.
Unless you have the gunner feat, which allows you to bypass the, what's it called? The reloading aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Which is also a feat you can start with. It was within the list of starting feats that I gave to you guys. Let's see. So far, I talked about alcohol, narcotics, cell phone and digital device use, player attention, disruptive topics, unannounced dice rolls for in-game disputes, player versus player conflicts, PC secrets, player expectations and goals, player comfort or safety, well, discomfort and safety, player agency, game balance and fairness, disagreements on rules and debates, sharing the spotlight, meta-knowledge, min-maxing, optimization and balance, character party fit, DM style snapshot, which is mostly more about me, how I want to run the game, player absence, player narrative authority. I feel like that one is pretty important if you're like taking the effort of writing like a very deep backstory.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in those situations, the player whose backstory it is about would have priority in the group decision on how it's resolved, right? So, for example, if Jinn has her backstory moment, and then the party says, "Oh, we want to do this," but Jinn doesn't agree with that because it's part of her backstory, I feel like she would still have a little bit more say in the matter because it's about their background, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just so they don't feel robbed of their backstory or setup or character development situation.
Yep.
Let's see, DM pet peeves, ethical concerns, topics. Yeah, I figured I might as well take this this table where there is a topic list about gender roles, attraction and orientation. Well, you can't say it otherwise than like sexual assault topics, or racism or prejudice, topics of slavery. I'm just gonna talk to you guys about this like, hey, do you want it in the game or do you don't want it in the game at all? And then based on that, we can go further. Like, I don't want to force anything on people, but I feel like it's good to talk about it. Like, hey, is this acceptable to you, or do you not want to do anything with this, or do you want to avoid it?
I'm more of welcome to the crap shack guy, so.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's always good to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, that's the whole point of like session 0. Just bring everything to the table and talk about it. If people suddenly reveal that they absolutely hate a certain subject, then we can take that into consideration going forward, right? Because otherwise, if you don't do it, like if you don't talk about it, then suddenly you get surprised that maybe I had this elaborate quest line set up that's based on like one of these taboo topics that one player might not like, and then I'm like, fuck, what do I do now? Because they don't want to deal with that, because it's like a red flag to them.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Let's see. There's also rules about which races are allowed, disallowed. In general, I would say just talk to me. Like the standard races from the player handbook would automatically be okay because hey, those are the base races. For other books, just talk to me about it, like that kind of stuff.
God, I really have.
Same for
I
classes.
really have to find time.
Time for what?
I'm really gonna have to find time to go and manually input everything for the freaking artificer.
Oh yeah, well it's not that hard because you just grab the text and then make a new feed and then you can easily add it. I've done so a lot. I also added a lot of macros, and depending on what the player want to do, I could add more macros to automate or make things faster. For example, I would like to make, for example, a downtime macro. So if you say like, oh, I want to do this in my downtime, I can just pull up the macro and then input the values, and then it will auto calculate like if you won, lost, or succeeded at something, or if there's like a DC check. So I don't have to manually keep like looking up the values in the books. I think that would keep up the pace a lot.
That would help a lot. Yeah.
There's also the tweaking and reflavoring of classes, which is also fine as long as it's not a mechanical change, right? Like if you say, "Oh, I'm a ranger, but I want to be called a hunter," then that's fine.
That's fine.
Smucker, everything works, right? Except Aarakocra, since they are sadly disappeared.
We don't talk about Aarakocras.
I feel like Aarakocra or even Owlin are fine, but don't expect to be able to just ignore everything.
Jinn, the moment someone just keeps flying over his traps, my traps suddenly shoot up into the ceiling.
We have anti-air guns. we planted some AA guns on our towers because we were having trouble with some local wyverns and dragons. So now everything in the sky is gonna get shot down. We have activated our magic crystals to shoot down every flying target within the vicinity.
Sir, we are in a cave.
Hey, there's another thing, is like, if you're flying inside an area, you might be facing other dangers that normal people might not. Like if you're in a forest, people that are walking on the floor of the forest might not have to deal with things that are in the treetops, right? Or like above the forest. Like if it's like in the wild, right? So imagine if you're a mouse that's walking on the ground, you would get targeted by owls, right? Or hawks, right? But there's also birds that are flying between the trees, but those are also targeted by creatures that are flying even higher than them, right?
Yep.
So, for example, if you're flying above a forest and there is a danger of griffins or like some other flying creature, then you could get targeted by that because hey, you're flying above the forest, so you're getting spotted. I mean, a DM can be creative in that sense, in that yes, you can fly, but it could also introduce new problems. I'm more a fan of allowing someone to do it, but you can do it at a risk. That doesn't mean that every time you fly, I'm gonna send down like a dragon on you. not like that, but there is like, if I notice that someone is always doing that to solve their problem, I might just throw something their way to remind them that it's not without risk, right? I'd like to fly over that pit. Oh, unfortunately, the cave walls are narrower than your wingspan, so you can't take off. Hey, that makes sense, right? Isn't there also something like spider walking? Like you just walk on the walls?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's also how you could get past it.
Time to make my all-terrain, time to make an all-terrain cart, boys.
Yeah? What are you gonna do? Like, well, like, there's another issue with certain races, and that's more with the hexual nature and survival nature of certain games. Like, imagine if you're a Warforged. Warforged don't need to eat, they don't need to sleep. They are just usually awake and right? So that could make survival a lot harder. Oh my god, $11! How could you?
Uh-huh. Haha.
He's hitting me with the $11. How dare he? Also,
Hell yeah.
I need to put that amount on my savings account in.
Yep.
I aim to allow people to do stuff, but also put like a soft cap on it so it doesn't
Get out of hand.
yeah, like I think that's my primary rule is like I'm gonna balance the game and I'm gonna keep it balanced. If someone's intention is to break the game or to gain an unfair advantage at something or to steamroll certain encounters, then I will think about like an alternative way how to approach situations. Like imagine if some character makes like a character that has like an AC of 21, right? I will not keep throwing goblins at you that only attack. No, you're gonna be facing spellcasting goblins or kobolds then, which means you're gonna have to do saving throws. Or you have to rely
Don't make me.
Or you have to rely on your party to bless you or protect you.
Nah, I'm not. Should I do the?
What you thinking about?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Like in essence, what you should aim for is just play a character that is fun to play, but is also fun to play with. So if you're obnoxious to your partners or to your party members, then that's not a good character, right? But if you can have fun with a character and it's balanced, so you can fight the same targets as the rest of the party, that's fine. But the problem would arise if you have a super optimized character and then some other some other players would have like a flavorful character, right? That's not really good at anything, but they're very fun to play with. Then I would have to introduce magic items to them so they can catch up to an optimized character's level. Where's the damage? Stares at John. Wait, what do you mean, where's the damage?
Yuki, shh. We do not talk about the time we turned Strahd into a smoothie in 2 turns.
Ah.
Oh, right.
See, this is where you have to introduce phases. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, right?
Why do you think I said smoothie? Phase 1 was we cut him up. Phase 2 was where we crush him into pieces, and then the third one is where we go and turn him into a powder. We turned Strahd into a mayonnaise paste.
Oh no. I have never.
Oh wait, no.
I have never played Strahd myself, by the way.
That was my first time playing Strahd, by the way.
I have only played in homebrew custom campaigns. Like all the campaigns that I played, which is like 4, has all been homebrew. Well, like it's tough to call it homebrew, but it's like its own unique world, and most of the rules were just standard D&D rules.
What was that term? Oh, there we go. I turned Strahd into a sandwich spread.
Oh, that's definitely a sentence.
Was that the run where I was playing as a sorcerer that keeps critting that thunder spell?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I'd rather not. I'd rather just have fun on this one. I've made my fair share of exploding houses.
I have another question for you guys. I kind of calculated it, but I want to run it by you guys. Do you think? I think the cost of living for an adventurer would be to earn at least 100 gold pieces a month. That's how they keep stable or they stay alive, right?
Gold pieces sound too high. Or are we just primarily using gold pieces only?
So, what I mean is like, if you want a modest lifestyle, that's 1 gold piece a day, right? If it's comfortable, it's already 20 gold pieces. So you would spend if you're just staying in town for 10 days, that would already be 10 to 20 gold pieces. Now, if you buy 1 healing potion, which is a very common adventuring item to use, right? And it's a one-time use item. I think that was still 50 gold pieces just to buy a potion of healing.
Yeah.
So that would already eat up, I'm guessing, 70 gold out of the 100 gold for a month. Besides that, you might want to buy special arrows, or you might want to buy rations for on the way, or maybe you want to buy a ferry service to go from town to town, or you might want to ferry through a boat from one point, like one harbor to another harbor, right? Which also costs money. So that's why I figured like around 100 GP is what you would need to earn as an adventurer just to manage your costs. And that includes like, oh, if you want to buy a new weapon, for example. Like if you earn 100 GP and you immediately spend it on armor, you're broke. You're not gonna be able to afford food for a month, pretty much. So it's also a little bit about managing money, I guess.
Okay, so
then,
my goal is to probably cook the wildlife.
How much would a loaf of bread cost? Well, they're saying here, according to the DMG and the player handbook, is that a standard travel ration is around 5 silver pieces per ration. So imagine if you're out in the wild for 30 days straight, that's 30 times 5 SP. And I think the translation from SP to gold pieces was 100, right? You need 100 silver
100
pieces.
100 to 1.
Yeah. So that would mean 1 gold piece and 50 silver pieces for 30 rations, right? At the least. And then with the long rest rule that I introduced, you would need extra rations for that. So what I did for the rules is that every day you spend on the road, it would cost a ration, right?
Yep.
If you want to take a long rest, it takes an extra ration. So imagine you're traveling for 5 days, and during those 5 days, you take 1 long rest. That means the total amount of rations you're using is 6 per person. So that means everyone has to make sure that they have enough rations to keep up, pretty much. Which should be easy because you can always stock up in town. But it is something that also allows you to sometimes go back to town because you have to stock up on new rations, right? Or get the good berry spell, but even the good berry spell doesn't help you if you want to take a long rest and survive for a day. Like, a good berry can keep you alive for extended periods of time in the wild, but you just can't take long rest then because, hey, at that point it costs 2 rations. I also said that at level 1, you can expect around 20 to 30 gold pieces per person as a quest reward. That's the total value of what you can expect. But the gold in this question, or like in this situation, might not all be currency. Like it could be items, it could be tools, it could be information, that sort of stuff. I think that would be fair, right?
Would be somewhat fair, yeah.
I mean, being in the life of an adventurer is definitely more dangerous and more lethal. So you would be a mercenary or a sellsword with a unique set of skills that ordinary people don't have. So I do feel like you would earn more than a peasant or like a farmer, right? But it's also not, it also shouldn't be too high. So I'm trying to make it so that it's balanced, so you still can afford your big purchases eventually, but you might have to save up for some time before you get it. Like if an armor costs like, what is the heaviest armor in D&D? Like 1500 gold, right? For the heavy plate? That means you would have to do quite some quests before you're able to afford that one, which gives you a goal to work towards. Like it's like a long-term upgrade. If you could afford it immediately after one quest, then I feel like that would be a little bit broken, right?
So you have to slowly pick it up as you go.
Yep. Also, I'm wondering about something. I think I should ask it as a question for session 0, and that's how potions are used. The standard potions for healing.
You have to use an action.
Well, yeah, that's the action, but I'm already allowing you guys to use a bonus action to use it, right? But the question is also, how is it used? Like, the basic rule is you drink it, right? But I have also seen stuff where there's splash potions, like you just throw it and you chuck it at someone.
Why not make it like this? So it's 2d6 for a potion, right?
Yeah.
Why not, if the player takes the action to actually drink the entire thing, make it the 3d6, but you get maximum rolls. If you drink it, then take an action. If you use an extra action, it's 2d6. It's still 2d6.
Yeah.
But if you use it as a splash potion, I leave you out to balance that out.
Yeah. Well, we could just have the normal healing potion and then have a variant potion that works differently.
Because here, okay, just to inform you, this is a this is a an inside joke between me and Shin, and I might inevitably do it out of habit. You know how you could wake up your allies by...
Oh, are you gonna slap me?
No, remember how people... I mean, that's the normal one where you can wake up your allies by doing that.
I would just slap him if he actually lose HP.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But the other joke that was running with like me and Shin's group back then was if you want to wake up someone, it's either you break the potion on their head or you just
You throw it.
Yeah, you just literally
Throw it or make them chuck it.
It's like the joke was like you pull the person up by the legs, and then the other person shoves a potion on their mouth and then yell chug chug chug.
Like, I think what I should do is probably do like, okay, healing potions just work by drinking it, right? And you can use your bonus action to feed it to someone else that might be unconscious, or you can drink it yourself, but the limit is 1 potion per turn, right? So you can't force chug 5 potions in 1 turn to 1 person. Imagine that.
Yeah.
That would be a little bit extreme, right? But I think...
Or make an extra... Do an extra action just to make a cocktail out of it, I guess.
So...
Yeah, we do a lot of weird shit with potions with our old group.
What I think would be
It
nice...
might show up as a force of habit.
But would it be nice if you had like the regular potion, but then you also have a different potion that you can just pour on top of a
using the
wound?
McDonald's Wi-Fi.
So, for example, if you are hurt, for example, you have a burn mark, or maybe you got cut in the arm or something like that, then you can pour it on top of the wound. Or maybe if you got like infested, or you contracted lycanthropy or whatever, if you can then pour it on top of the wound instead of drinking it, that it would work that way. But that's mostly for specific situations. Like, it's an alternative potion that works differently then. Could still be interesting.
Okay, here's a thing though that I would like to ask you not to add in D&D, if you can. I swear to God, don't put someone in a battle wheelchair. That was so annoying to play with.
What? A battle wheelchair?
Which one was that? Huh?
So I played with someone who was like, oh, my character's paralyzed from the waist down. Okay.
Oh,
I use a wheelchair to travel around, and I'm like,
Okay.
huh.
Yeah, no,
And then they're like, oh, I'm seated, so I don't have this advantage when I'm trying to go and shoot.
Wasn't that like a whole Twitter and Reddit kind of argument thing that people fought about?
It was, but I had the pleasure of playing with someone who does a character like that. It was annoying as shit.
Well, I would say, how would your wheelchair function in that sense? Like, if it's just basic wheels, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I had to play with, and I'm like, are you serious?
I mean, if you say like, oh, my wheelchair just has some gems embedded in the base, so it hovers, and I can control it with my mind or something like that.
Yeah.
Then hey, that's problem solved because it always hovers
But yeah,
a little bit off the ground, right?
But yeah, I would. My request is to not like add that because it's like, really?
Oh yeah. I can understand that.
Like my main issue with it was like, oh, I'm like, okay, so we're in a dungeon now. Why are you stuck in the gate? There's stairs. Seriously?
Yeah, it's the same thing with like the blind monk kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there must be a way for you to still have it make sense.
You're a monk though.
Like.
Well, I'm pretty sure your senses are probably not that limited.
Yeah. It's like, you know, in like Avatar, the last Airbender. Toph was blind in the classical sense.
Yeah,
but she could still see through the vibrations in the earth, right? And that actually gave her. She had like tremor sense. And at that point, it could work. Like, oh, you have tremor sense, but you're blind. Okay, that makes sense. You might even see more underground than other people do, but you see less of the stuff that's in midair, right?
Done?
I got kicked. It lagged. I got booted.
Also, Stone Toad redeemed a care package, so we should all stretch.
Yep.
And get something to drink.
That's something I just don't want to deal with again on D&D. It's like someone being like,
alone.
Well,
someone just being, you know, like that.
I feel like it's fine if you do it on the way that I suggested. At least like, okay, it's a nice flavor, but how are you still overcoming something so you're not like a liability to your party?
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, there have been so many blind samurais, and then they have like, they don't need their eyes to see because they sense, right? Like, hey, that's a cool flavor.
Yes.
You can do what they did with Ishtola.
Oh yeah, she looks with magic, right?
Ether sight.
Yeah.
Sight.
See, but at that point you're still solving it. Or maybe you can say like, oh, my legs, they don't work, so I'm doing the Doctor Strange thing where I'm using magic to move my muscles.
What? Don't take the blind off for the boss fight? Wow. Fucking weeb. Fucking weeb.
Imagine that. They go through the entire campaign with a blindfold on, and then they reveal, I'm actually left-handed. I can actually see. And then they just take off the blindfold with their left hand.
And they're like, I can't. I'm like, oh, you can't beat me right now. Joke's on you. I'm actually left-handed.
That's such a funny thing. If you want to do less damage normally because you're using your offhand, I would totally allow you to do that, and then do normal damage if you're using your main hand. If that's your thing, if that's your reveal, then hey, go for that. It could get you killed though. Like imagine you just lack the last 2 damage because you're using your offhand for weaker attacks. And then
at that point, I throw you straight into the monster's mouth myself. Cause yeah, I just don't want to deal with another oh no, this legendary adventurer's greatest obstacle, stairs.
Also,
Really?
There's another topic that usually comes up with D&D, and that's playing a gender that's not fitting with your own, right? Like a guy wanted to play a girl character, or a girl wanted to play a guy character. Like I have no issues with that. If you want to play like a certain character, as long as it's not an introduction to like gender politics or whatever. Like I feel like that should be
I don't want to
kept
deal
out
with
of
that.
the game. Like, hey, I'm fine with anyone playing a girl or anyone playing a boy. Just don't make it like a social issue or a problem.
Please don't. Sucks so bad. Don't want to deal with that.
I think that's the same thing with what happens in stories. For example, there is this weird thing with movies that if there's like a gay character, their entire personality is about being gay. And then I think there's more to a character than just their sexuality, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you could imagine you have a character inside a movie or inside a video game, and they might be gay, but they never bring it up because it's not a focus of the story. I think that could just that could work as well, right? Yeah. For example, Warframe does it amazingly well. It's like Lloyd is kind of gay, but
Kind of. Just because of how, I mean, just with how he projects his sentences
yeah.
and how he refers to Albert.
Yeah, if you pay,
Albrecht,
like if you pay attention to it, you would notice it, right? But if you are not interested in it, it's not in your face about it.
And it doesn't break your immersion about it.
Yeah, like it's not the focus point of the story. The focus point more is about emotion and caring for each other because of the whole indifference kind of thing, right? It's the same with Ticker in Fortuna.
Yeah. See.
I mean, you could definitely say that person has some flair to them, but it's not distracting to the main story or like the main problem of the situation.
It's not everyone's problem.
Yeah, and I like that kind of storytelling. Like, people can be gay, they can be lesbian, they can be asexual or whatever, but they don't have to start every conversation with saying like, I'm this, I'm that, right? There's more to a person beyond that.
Exactly. Preach it, Jinn.
Preach it.
No, but that, yeah, but I mean, I don't have any issues with people who are like that. Just don't make it entirely about that.
Yeah,
know?
I'm totally fine with like any type of interest people have, as long as not hijacking the situation, right?
Yeah, I have no qualms if the other persons or players are like into doing
Whatever.
male is to male thing or female is to female or whatever. Just don't hijack the thing.
Yeah.
Just don't make it all about that.
I just want to have fun here, not discuss
have to
that.
deal with. Yeah, not have to deal with that.
It kind of
You
reminds.
can ship your character with any of the NPCs you want. Just
Go.
yeah.
It kind of reminds me of something.
Just be mindful of the other players.
What was it? Dragon. What was it?
Veilguard!
Yeah!
My favorite RPG to piss on last year.
Like that one is a wrong example. Like that's something you should not do.
That series. They ruined my favorite series. I hate it so much.
Wait, do I have this active? Can I call this in? Does this work? Wait, how does this work?
But yeah, Stone Toad's right. There's enough crazy peeps that actually do that in real life, and you don't need them as an RPG.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with those topics if you introduce them.
Yeah.
Also, this is a great time for me to... So, you know how individual borders work for Fugi, right?
Yep.
I should make one for Shin.
Oh, you still haven't made another one?
Well, I just set it up so that everyone has a static.
Oh, the static borders. Okay.
Yeah. But you know that if you use the group, what's it called? The OBS source for group, then it keeps swapping places, right? It keeps moving left and right or up and down. So you need to get the individual source so it stays set on the same position. If someone disconnects or whatever, the rest doesn't move.
Yep.
So that's just what I had to do. That's all, pretty much. So I can just throw it in like this. Okay. And it works. So now we have now I have 2 people set up. Like the sad thing with Fugi is you can only set it up if you're actually in a voice chat with someone. Like because then it pops up on the screen, right? And then it remembers to keep it that way. But the moment someone's out, you can't grab that scene anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of a. Yeah, I understand that.
That's unfortunate. You have to be online. Yeah, well, that's also a good thing for session 0. Like you can like align that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can pretty much see it on the little painting screen that I have on my stream. Like you can see like, oh, you have the group thing here. This is my own thing, and these are the people that I'm in voice chat with. But there's nothing else below here. Like I can't add the other people yet because they have to be in voice chat first before I can do that. And because D&D is gonna be a static group anyway, it's a good way to go around that.
Also gonna be a long one, so.
Oh yeah. Also, I was thinking that after like a campaign ends, or like a certain zone ends, for example, you were in the first region, you solved the issue there, and there's like time to do downtime stuff, then a player could opt out of continuing to play if they just want to take a break from the game and might want to return back later. And then maybe for the next region, you could like invite someone else that could temporarily take their place or could make it like a guest appearance. And then in the future, if they want to come back again, they could just rejoin the rest of the group. But that's more of a that's more of a worry if someone says like, oh, I might not have time to play for the next period, or if they have a situation where they might not be enjoying the game, then they can just say it's like, oh, my party, like my character is leaving the party from this point onward because they solved the mystery and they want to go on their own adventure. I feel like if a character wants to leave the party, they don't have to die, pretty much. Like you can just say like, oh, they're going on their own adventure, or maybe they're joining another group.
Just killing them like that is boring. Just saying.
I still don't understand why so many DMs do that. Like, oh yeah, okay, you're out of the party, so we're gonna kill your character.
Right? Because I'm like, what? Are you exiling this person forever, or?
Yeah, it's so weird. I just think like, just say that they might have personal objectives to go after, or maybe they found some hint about their backstory, and that's why they're going after that thing alone. And then maybe sometime in the future, when the actual player behind the character has time to join in again, you can meet each other on the road again, and then you can like catch up on what they have been doing alone, and then even call in the party for help. Like, hey, I found out that the family murderer is this and this person, but I can't take him out alone because he's the leader of some thief or organization, so I need backup. Are you guys willing to help me out? And then I as DM could like make it so that it's like a group content kind of thing, right? And then they can just rejoin again.
I don't know, it's kind of weird how people would just do that, and like, I'm sitting here like,
I mean, I have seen so many horror stories about D&D where like either the DM or the player is like absolutely dog shit, or does the craziest shit. And then I think like, man, if you just use common sense and just have some understanding, like, hey, people don't like to see their characters killed because they grew attached to them, right? They put a lot of care and attention in writing the backstory. So you should just not just kill them off or steal player agency. Like, imagine. This is a good question. For example, how do you resolve mind control in D&D? Like, imagine there's a monster with the mind control or a spell or effect. How would I, as a DM, act that out? I would not take control away from the player. I would just probably DM like a direct message to that player, and I say, hey, your character is mind controlled by this creature. You would do this and this and this, or these are your instructions. I want you to play out your own character in this situation as if they're mind controlled. Could you do that? And that person can go along with it, right? And so they can still play their own character, but they can play their own character in a mind controlled way.
Yep.
Because if I were to take control of someone's character and then that person is being bored for the next hour because they can't do anything themselves, that's kind of shitty.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to do that, right? If that's the case.
Yeah. It's the same way as I had that myself in combat, that we were fighting, I think it was like a Mind Flayer or something, and I'm not sure, was it Mind Blast or something? But I was a barbarian, so I have like low intelligence score, right? He just blasted me at the start of the fight, and I kept failing the intelligence checks, like for 5 rounds. I could not do anything. I was so bored out of my mind because, oh, it was my turn? Okay, I can roll once. That's it. I couldn't do anything else. And nobody else was helping either, like picking me up. So eventually I was just sitting there for, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, doing nothing. I was like, oh my god, this is horrible. I would never do that to another player. Like, it would be nice to, maybe you're knocked down, maybe you're paralyzed or something like that, but at least allow that person to still talk or ask for help, or maybe the party members actually help by, I don't know, curing them or freeing them from their paralyzation. I'm also still curious what the other people will pick as players, because we have 3 people now that picked already their class and their race, but there's 2 mystery people still, and I'm kind of curious.
Well, I'm definitely playing my Artificer.
Yeah,
But
we talked about that, yeah.
Yeah, but I would probably not play a very active role for combat stuff.
Oh, you can. That's no issue.
Yeah, because every time I do that, yeah, bad shit happens.
I mean, it depends how you do combat, right?
Yep.
I do feel that if the party is heading in the direction that I'm thinking of, you guys might have a very weak front line. Because what I'm seeing is that a lot of people are more interested in like the mid-range or background range characters. Like, there's been an interest in like casters and range combat options, although there are hybrids, of course, that can also melee, but they're not on the tanky side, is what I mean. So I'm curious if you have a steel defender, right?
Yep.
So I'm curious how that steel defender would work.
It's basically like just another action for me. I can order it telepathically.
MR15.
Do you already have an idea of what you want your steel defender to look like?
Well, I can bring back the raptor. I can bring back the Mayo Raptor.
If you're gonna go for a raptor, how would you explain you knowing what a raptor looks like?
Could be that it was shown to him on a bestiary, or could have, or you know, while trying storybooks, or while trying to head out.
Like that would flesh out your character. Like, oh, maybe they were like in love with some kind of story about a faraway land where they were talking about reptiles with teeth walking on 2 legs or something like that, and it inspired you to make your own.
Or the funnier one, or the funnier option where I could be like, oh, so why is your steel defender shaped like that? I wanted to make a dragon, didn't have enough. I didn't have enough parts. I didn't have enough parts, so I had to make do.
Mm-hmm. I mean that makes sense. I mean, there's definitely an area where like the raptor creatures would probably be active. So it would at least be part of the world. So it makes sense. Like you could just say that, like, oh yeah, I read some journal or whatever about this creature from a faraway land.
But jokes aside, I've already said my backstory to you, right?
Well, we talked a little bit about it, but you haven't written it out and sent it in.
I haven't written it out in a sentence because but the goals will remain the same. As for the steel defender, is this gonna be like a blob of metal early on? It's like a blob of metal until, you know,
I mean,
considering what the goal of it that I want.
What level do you get your steel defender? Like already level 1? Oh, level 3. Oh, okay. So
level 3, yeah.
So it takes a while before you get it.
Mm.
So your initial goal would probably be more about getting the money together or getting the resources together to make it.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Well, I guess thematically, as flavor, right?
Thematically, yeah.
Like that would be your reason to go on an adventure. It's like, hey, you're planning to build this stuff. You need information. You need technology. You need to see the world.
He's about to de-skin some crocodiles for it.
What kind of, like, do you have to, can you pick the material that it's made from? Like, I know they call it steel defenders, but could it be copper?
You can pick any material for it. You can even put actual animal bones and animal flesh cobbed together, and it's still a steel defender.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned he's about to de-skin something.
So you could also make it out of stone then.
Oh, I'm about to do a show tucker.
No! I will personally stop you. I will spawn into that world and I will cast whole person on you. With a DC of
everything's fine.
With a DC of 40.
Oh, everything is fine until you mention the word show tucker, huh? I see you.
We don't talk about that person over here. But I'm noting this down. Great idea, thank you. You might not be able to become show tucker, but there someone else might be. Just kidding.
Oh boy, I'm about to flame someone. But your character is good. No, it's reasonable in this one. Don't worry about it.
Let's see. Oh, there's also the flanking thing. I'm not sure about that. Like, are you aware of the flanking rule?
Yeah.
So there's a flanking optional rule where imagine you two are working together and John is standing at the back of the creature and you're standing in front of it. So on both sides of the character there's someone, right? Then if you're attacking the person in the center, you get a 2+ to your attack to hit that target because you're flanking them or like you're surrounding him, right? Which improves your odds of actually hitting your attack because, well, a person can protect themselves 360 degrees, right? But that is mostly for melee attacks. So, for example, that could be between the steel defender and if you use the sword or something. That's one option. There's also the optional rule for cover for ranged, where they look at how many corners of a tile are visible to a player, and based on that you get +2 AC or +5 to AC, or you just straight up can't attack them because you have no vision cone or like no line of sight on that target. I tried to draw it out here so people understand it a little bit better, but I guess I'll just share the document during session 0 so you can read it a little bit better. Do you guys already have like certain things you would definitely want to talk about in like session 0? Like things I could add to the list?
Let's see. Probably character quirks, I guess.
Oh, you mean like the flaws and ideals and bonds, that kind of thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What would be your question about it?
Oh no. It's like I do wanna at least I mean, I would like, but I would like to let you know as a DM what the motivations are and all of that. But I would like it to be hidden from the rest of the party, because it would be nice for us to actually know them as you go.
That is a thing you could talk about. Like, do you want to keep the character sheets hidden from each other, so only you as a player know exactly what you can or can't do? Like, there have been situations where there is, for example, imagine you are a divine soul sorcerer. That means you have access to the cleric spell list, right? And then you say to your party, oh, I'm a cleric. Well, you're actually a sorcerer. And maybe there's some background reason why you're trying to keep it hidden, that you're actually a sorcerer and not a cleric. You can still cast the cleric spells, but you just don't have certain feats or like certain benefits from the class, right? You just have their spell list. If there's a reason for that, I think it could be interesting to keep that hidden. And it's also it's also nice to not talk about your AC or hit points.
Yeah.
Like I like this is an optional thing, but I think it's interesting if you just don't say your HP value to your party members, but you just describe it like, oh, I'm on my last leg. I'm feeling super hurt. I feel like I'm like if you say like I feel like I'm dying, that should paint a nice picture of what your current situation is, right? Or I'm fucking bleeding out.
And my favorite response to someone who had to do that was like, how are you feeling? On a scale of 1 to 28, a 4.
I feel that it just adds a little bit, because if you say like, oh, what's your HP? Yeah, it's 4. Okay, that's very out of character to say, right? But if you say like, oh, I'm feeling like I'm about to go down or something like that, then it still adds a little bit of mystery to what the exact number is. Like, can you take the hit? Can't you take the hit?
Also, let it be known, my original character plan got rejected because originally wanted to play a warlock, and their patron is a guy named Chat. It's just a bunch of people.
Yeah. Well, you could do it in that Chat is literally the voices inside your head, like it's like multiple personality disorder. Do this, no, do that, no, go to the left, no, go to the right.
God.
That would be kind of chaotic. I have seen people play that. Like, I have seen people play D&D with Chat, but I think they sort of automated it, where people could vote on the next action, like, oh, move 5 feet, or shoot A10 or something like that. It is a nice thing if you can get it to work, but I don't think I could ever automate that.
I don't have time to. I could make one, I just don't have the time.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to pull every decision, that makes it kind of hard to play your character, right?
Yeah, but I don't really have a... I mean, you could make it easily, like, you could pull from, like, 5 orders. It's like, how do you want to do this? In what order? It's like, put it on a random wheel.
I also think it would be nice, imagine you have those situations in combat where someone wants to describe their attack, right? Which is a pretty cool thing. Like, oh yeah, I want to do a backflip and then hit him on the head and do this and this, and then they just roll a 5 and then they miss their attack, right? And then they have this awesome description and then they still miss. I feel like I, as a DM, should help them feel cool about it, but I would have to say to do that after, right? So I, for example, say it's like, okay, you attack, what's your value? They tell me their value, and then I say, well, you hit the attack, but what are you doing? Like, what kind of attack are you doing? Like, is it a simple vertical slice? Is it something horizontal? Is it, I don't know, doing a flip over their head and then stabbing them in the back?
I think it would be... Here's the way that our DM handled it. Like, you say what you do first and then you roll for it. So like, we had someone say, oh, I want to do something cool. Okay, what do you do? Okay, so I'm going to do a wall run, jump, and then try to hit the enemy in the head. Okay, then roll. You rolled a 5, and it's like, okay, here's what happens. You play that in your mind. You run into the wall, but you couldn't even make 2 feet. You tried jumping on the opponent's head, but since you were trying to run on the wall, didn't get enough momentum, so you just hopped in front of the enemy. And now he's just staring at you like he's looking at some weirdo.
I feel like in this situation, it's also a great example of how would a DM rule this. Like, there are some very strict DMs that say like, oh, you're wall running? That means that's an acrobatic check. So you have to do an acrobatic check to do that. But that just adds a more, how should I say this? It makes things harder to succeed at, and then people don't want to do that anymore, so they just do basic attacks, right? Like if you say like, oh, I want a wall run and then I want to jump off the wall and then hit him in the face, if you can just do that with your basic movement, they want to do that more often, right? To describe their attacks in a cool way. But the moment a DM says like, oh, you have to roll for acrobatics, or you have to roll for athletics, or you have to roll for this or that, just because they want some flavor to their attack, that's the moment when players stop using the flavor attacks and just say like, well, I'm just gonna stand in front of him and do my sword attack, nothing special. And that defeats the whole purpose of like making something cool, right?
I would say give it like give it an incentive for players to do the rule of cool.
Well, I'm just gonna say, it's like, hey, if you're gonna wall run, but there's no immediate danger for that wall run, you can just do the wall run and do your attack, because the most important factor was the attack, right? If it hits or not. If there is actually like a pitfall, like you can actually fall down and you're running over the wall just to get to the other spot, at that point it's a mechanical advantage that you're asking for, right? So there's actually a pitfall you can drop down into, and then I would ask like, oh, make an athletics check for jumping over the hole, and then the narrative would be you're wall running. And if they do that, they end up at the other side of the pitfall, and then they can do their attack. So they can still do their wall run attack, but it really depends on the circumstance. Like, do you get a mechanical advantage or not? If it's just flavor, you don't have to roll for that. If there's actually a danger, a pitfall, or a lava pool or whatever, then I feel like, well, if you're jumping over the lava pool, I definitely want you to check if you can actually make that, if it's beyond your standard range. Oh, that's also a good thing. I calculated the average range in a macro for jumping. So what that means is that if something is within your normal jumping distance, you can just do that. No roll needed. If you're trying to jump further than you would normally be able to do, that's when you start to roll for it. Because there's actually rules for jumping in the book. So, for example, I have my... Where's my D&D? Roll 20. Was there already a character made on D&D? I don't think... Wait, Eric has a character, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, I go into the room. Giving me a waiting list. Also, I made a test room for you guys. I'm not sure if you already saw, but there's just a test room where there's just some elements put down, some tokens, so you know how everything works. Let's see. Well, your character is here as well, so I could actually do you as well. For example, Sion at the moment, if they were to do movement actions, they would have a normal movement of 30 feet. If they do a standing long jump, they could reach 6 feet. Where they can just jump forward for 6 feet. So if there's a hole of 5 feet, they could easily make it over. If they do a running long jump, they can jump 13 feet. So they could jump over holes of 10 feet without having to roll for it. Because hey, it's just a normal jump for them, right? It's within reach. If they try to jump 15 feet, that's where they would start having to roll for it. There's also the standing high jump. Apparently you can jump 2 feet up vertically. A running high jump would be 4 feet vertically. Let's see, your climbing speed is half your movement speed, and your swimming speed is also half your movement speed. So that would be 15. So I just turned it all into a macro, so I can just click on your character and then roll the macro, and it gives me all that data about your movement options. So that means if you are trying to jump a small hole, you won't have to roll for it. Because it's just based on your stats. Most of it is based on strength stat, by the way. So that actually makes a barbarian a very good choice to jump over pits or to jump up and grab ledges.
I would argue that intelligence would also work, but yeah.
Wait, intelligence for jumping?
Yeah. Because you have to figure out like the correct angle, the correct amount of strength that you have to do, right?
I mean, you can be a genius, but if you don't have the leg muscle for it, you won't make it.
Yeah, or you can have it so that you can have it so, like, for example, for an artificer's case, your steel defender eats you to the other side.
Well, if your steel defender is throwing you, then that would make it, how do you call it? Would it be a pushing attack? That would be 5 feet, right?
Yep.
But throwing, I don't know how that would rule. Like you have a basic amount you can carry, push. Wait, maybe that's also worth of a macro. Maybe I should just make a macro.
See what I mean?
For lifting, pulling, and pushing.
Throwing.
And well, throwing would probably half the value of pushing, right? Because you're exerting more power to throw it. But I think your character would already be able to jump the similar kind of pits that another character would be. Like
I'm about to do a Yoshi.
The one that benefits the most from distance jumping or height jumping is strength-based characters.
I'm about to do a Mario.
Ah.
You know, you start a running jump. Your steel defender jumps, then you jump off your steel.
Oh, this is also an interesting thing. A lot of DMs get this wrong, but imagine there's a pitfall, and you're standing on one side. To make the jump to the other side, that's an athletics check. That's strength-based. Now imagine the other side is wet. There's water, it's slippery. That's where you do acrobatics, because you have to stick the landing. So the jumping is athletics, but the landing, that's dexterity based. That's the acrobatics.
I'm currently thinking who to build, and I'm staring at Limbo. Something's wrong with me right now.
No. No, anything but Limbo, please. Imagine you just make limbo in D&D.
You know I can, right?
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just asking you not to.
If you value our friendship, don't. I see you.
Yeah, but I already like your character art, man, of the character you made. Well, the character Jinn helped you make.
Yeah.
But I do need to find a solution for some pixel art for the Steel Defender then.
Yeah.
I wonder, is there any pixel art Steel Defender? Oh, they only have like 3D art. Darn it. Well, we're gonna have to make it or find it, I guess.
We can probably figure that out.
Oh, true. Oh, another thing. I feel like this is definitely something you have to take into account when wanting to include like monsters or pets. So we have someone in the group that can cast the Find Familiar spell, right? And you can cast multiple familiars with that.
Yep.
I would have to know in advance, before the session starts, what kind of pets you're planning to summon for those kind of things, so I can prepare for it, so I can make tokens, or I can grab
A
the
shit ton of rats, so I can create my IED rat army.
But yeah, like if I know it in advance, then I can prepare for it. But if it's like last second, then I can't do anything with it. It's the same with like Druid, where for example, if you want to wild shape into an animal, then I need to know which kind of animals you're planning to wild shape into, so I can search the stat blocks and add them to the game if they're not already in there, and give them tokens.
Yep.
I think that's the only thing that could be a worry point. It's the same thing if you plan to summon woodland creatures, like that's also a spell, right? Woodland creatures, I think. And then you summon just scrolls, and then I'm thinking like, oh fuck, I have to go find the stat blocks for scrolls now.
Yeah. No, to be fair, the last time I played a druid, I played a very brutalist Snow White.
Oh. Huh?
So, Find Familiar spell, right?
Uh-huh.
You summon a bunch of deer, and you summon a bunch of deer and a bunch of squirrels.
Uh-huh.
You mount crossbows on top of the deer's antlers.
The heck?
And then you have the squirrel shoot.
You know,
because the squirrels can help together.
There's something I'm kind of curious about. I have never seen it played, but do you remember the Madagascar
lemurs or
no,
the
wolves.
monkeys?
The wolves.
Oh,
Wolfpack
that's
in the shape of boat.
that's not Madagascar. That's
That was Madagascar, right?
no, that's Boss Baby.
Was it Boss Baby? Wolfpack.
Yeah.
Boss Baby. Was it Boss Baby? Yeah, it was Boss Baby. In the Storks movie, right? No.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not Boss Baby. Storks is different, right? Or?
I think. Or was it the Stork one?
I think it is Storks, 2016.
Yeah.
So, what I was thinking, like imagine you're a ranger, and then you get your pet, which is a wolf, and then you go druid, and you can turn into a wolf as well. But I think ranger or druid can also summon woodland creatures or like animals, right?
Yep.
In one of their spells.
Yep.
So you can summon multiple wolves, and then suddenly you have a wolf pack on demand.
Wolfpack, shape of Megazord.
Well, although that might be a little bit extreme, I do know that the wolves usually have pack tactics as a passive, right?
Uh-huh.
Where if there's like another wolf next to them, they gain advantage on the attack, I think. So you could like have 9 wolves surround like one person. They might not have a lot of HP, but damn, if they each get an attack in, that would still be painful.
It's still gonna hurt, yeah. Wolfpack, shape of raft.
Which forms did they have again? Because there was also a submarine, I think.
There was a submarine, there was a boat, there's a bridge.
Oh, yeah, true. And then they filled that airplane, right?
Yeah.
Wolfpack, shape of airplane, aircraft.
It was so stupid. It was so stupid, but you know, it was a funny bit, so
yeah.
I'll allow it.
Well, it's okay. I'm kind of disappointed in this, but you know that they released the Lilo and Stitch movie, right? The remake.
Ohana means I get to go to college. Now stay with the neighbors.
I hate it. Like, they totally changed the characters, like the personality and what they're into, and like, what was his name? Bantu or Gantu? Like the big guy? He's just not in the movie at all.
Or Gandu? Oh, Gantu, yeah.
Yeah, Gantu is gone. And then they turned the 2 aliens into human actors because they're wearing camouflage. I can still understand it from a design standpoint because it's cheaper to have actors than to do CGI, right?
CGI, yeah.
But still, and then they made this the scientist that started bad but eventually became good, right?
He's not bad. His reason, he's not even evil.
He's just
most
mad.
of the reason, yeah, he's just mad. That's the thing.
He's just a mad scientist.
Dude's crazy.
Yeah,
dude's crazy, but he's not evil.
Yeah, but apparently in the remake or in this real life action version, he is evil.
Which kind of sucks.
Yeah, he apparently he just made him straight up evil, and then the older sister. In the original story, she took a lot of care about her younger sister, does her best, even gives up her promising surfing career to go get a job so she can keep her sister with her, right? Because family is important, and she's the only one that can understand her sister and what she's going through, and they're trying to keep it together. But no, apparently in the real life version, or like the CGI version, she wants to go to California for, what is it? Marine life something?
I don't even know, man.
And
apparently surfing is overrated.
There was also another thing. Like, apparently Hawaii has a superior marine life education system compared to California. So the people were
doesn't make sense.
People were also complaining, like, why would she go to California? Hawaii is so much better. Like, it has a way more diverse marine life in its base and seas.
It really didn't make sense. My comment to that entire movie was like, you had one job.
They should have just made something else. Like, instead of making...
Or, follow the source material. It was already good.
Oh, definitely. Also, Cobra, they changed that. Like, Officer Cobra, like, Agent Cobra.
Bubbles, yeah.
Yeah, Bubbles. Apparently tattoos are not allowed or something, or...
What?
There was also another thing. So in the original movie, apparently Lilo took a lot of pictures of foreigners, of like Westerns that are coming there as tourists, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of a statement, because normally it's the tourists that always take pictures of locals, right? And being invasive about privacy, that sort of stuff, right? So that was kind of like in the original movie, it was kind of like a mockery. Like, Lilo was getting back at the tourists by making pictures of them while eating ice cream or whatever. So they are the tourist attraction. which is a kind of funny inside joke thing, right? But apparently in the remake, the fat beachgoer with the ice cream in his hand, that's no longer a Western foreigner. No, it's a local Hawaiian dude.
I don't know what changes have been, why they keep making these changes, because it's like the original was good enough on its own. You just had to follow it.
Yep.
Jesus.
I don't understand it, man. I love the original Lilo and Stitch. Like, I like that, okay, he started evil and then he gained his humanity because he wants family and felt alone, and then changes his life around and then starts to not just improve himself, but also be a positive influence for Lilo, who was also having her own issues, right? So there's two silly characters that have their own problems, but together they improved a lot, right?
Yep.
And then they just totally ruined the story for no reason except for, oh, we want to make a remake. I mean, you could just as well just make a different movie about some girl that has a sister that wants to go to California and leave her behind, and then she gets a pet dog.
You didn't have
something.
to put it on the Lilo and Stitch banner.
I feel like they do that. They do that way too often, where they use an existing IP just to gain people's attention or interest.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. It's like, because it's basically they know because their new idea will not attract people, so they're gonna use an existing IP to gather people.
Yeah, well, that obviously
be interested.
Yeah, that obviously is the thing, but I feel like if your idea can stand on its own legs, then you shouldn't use an existing IP for it, because then it's just a bad idea.
I'm stopping here.
How's the warframing going?
I'm making a very amusing Furax Wraith build.
Oh.
Jinn.
Yes.
I give Arthur a scarf.
Oh, you mean the scarf from the Umbra or what?
Yeah, Umbra scarf. You can give him to Arthur now.
Also, does he have white hair? Tell me honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I never change his colors.
Oh, okay. I
just made the scarf black.
I did see an Arthur that had like a pink kind of outfit.
I was tempted. My intrusive thought said, sure, go do it, but no.
I'm making an amusing Furax build right now.
Ooh.
It's it uses the Amalgam Furax mod.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because it forces max blast procs whenever you kill an enemy.
Ooh.
And I know melee influence, I get it. Bad. But I'm using that, a Tenokai build.
I think you're
just
entitled. I think you're entitled to 1 or 2 melee influence builds. That's not automatically a bad thing. The bad thing is if you do it for every melee weapon.
I mean, I've been swapping between influence and exposure actually.
Yeah. Also, I got screwed over so hard yesterday. I was doing Temporal Archimedia, and then first mission, it's a go. Okay, second mission, defense, we survive. Third mission, I'm the only one alive, and I'm reviving 2 people, so we can keep going. And then I do the Sentient Wrath Stomp, and the game just crashes. I restart the game. I didn't get a reintroduction or like a re-invite.
John dragged me out. Damn.
So
you got robbed.
I was in the second stage of the assassination, so we just had to do the infested tank, and then the game just crashed on me. And I was like, no, I have to go
you
do.
Got robbed.
Yeah, because the first mission was like the capture mission, right? The annoying one. And the second one was defense, which is also an annoying one. And the third one was assassination, which is also not the greatest, but I figured, well, might as well try it, right? Might as well give it my best shot. And I actually made it to the third mission, and then in the second phase, I just crashed. I was livid. I did not like that at all.
So, you wanna know how my ETA went this week?
How? Did you get some good
I'm like,
options?
No, I'm like, shit, my options are garbage aside from my Skana. And then I'm like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. We ball. I'm gonna go in, gonna use the Skana, and then just keep going. And then what ended up happening was like, I joined the game and I'm like, first guy, Limbo, shit. Second guy, Wukong, fuck. Fourth guy, Dante. Like, you know what? I'm staying. I saw Dante and I'm like, I'm good, bring it. And I cleared ETA.
Oh.
Are we going, John?
Yeah, I'm swapping. I was just thinking on what Warframe to build next. I just finished my my melee.
Oh.
I just finished my thing.
Are we going normal Sanctuary Onslaught?
No, I'm still going the usual. I'm just thinking of what to build next. Maybe my Nikana Prime?
That is weird. That is a weird line from Arthur when I'm using I'm using this game.
That's on you for letting him in. But yeah, what else can we actually do right now, Jin?
You mean for D&D stuff or?
D&D stuff.
Well, I was also looking at traps. So
Astolfo,
no, not those kind of traps. I mean, I mean,
you can definitely make an NPC like that, but yeah.
So you come into an empty room, all is fine, but the moment you step forward, a trap appears. I'll go to Friday, pretty good. But what I wanted to add, well, I haven't made a decision on yet, because this is something I'm gonna have to introduce on session 0, but there's different ways to introduce traps, right? The bad way is just to say like, oh, you stepped on this and you activated the trap, right? And then you don't have you don't get to do anything about it. The other way is where you have your passive perception, where if your passive perception is high enough, you can already notice it without having to do any rules for it, which is already a little bit better. The other one is also where you do active searches, like if you're in a room that you can just say like, oh, I want to check the floor for pressure plates, and then I can say if there's pressure plates or not. But that's only specific for pressure plates, right? Not for any other mechanics. I think that's also a decent way. And then also the question is, what type of traps make sense? For example, if you're in a cave, it would not make much sense to have sawmills coming out of the walls or arrow traps with pressure plates, right?
Spike traps.
Oh yeah. Like if it's just a pitfall where this, where someone just made a hole in the ground and put spikes in there, that could make sense for a cave, but not like mechanical stuff, right? Where there's like spears coming out of the walls, or there's I don't know, saw blades or rotating mechanical things that do very intricate stuff. I think that would not make sense for a cave. That would probably be a dungeon or a temple, right? Where there's actual design to the space. But it is a little bit of a question, like how realistic do you want it to be? Like, do you want sawmill traps in caves, or do you want them reserved for like temples or dungeons?
I would prefer if there's traps everywhere.
I think the theme of the traps should make sense. For example, in a cave, you could still set up a tripwire and then attach it to a crossbow.
If someone is using the cave as like a living space or some hideout, sure. Tripwires are reasonable.
Yeah. But a pressure plate in a cave would not make sense, right? Because then that means you have to dig out the stone and then repair the stone.
Unless that cave is like an entrance to some kind of lab, sure.
Oh, yeah. Like it would make more sense for a tomb or like a pyramid or something like that that's like highly designed. I think, but it's still a valid topic to talk about. Like, what can you expect from a cave, and what can you expect from a dungeon or a castle, or like, in which way are they trapped? Like, for example, you have the spell Glyph of Warding, right? Glyph of Warding is something you can just cast on the floor. If you know you're dealing with like an evil wizard or an evil necromancer, then hell yeah, he would have Glyph of Warding at the entrance, right? So I feel like thematic traps would be good.
That's good. That's fine by me. I'll take that.
Otherwise, you have those moments of, oh yeah, you're walking in the forest, just no structures at all. Oh, there's a pressure plate. You activated a lava trap. Where's the lava coming from? Where's the pressure plate? Like those silly situations.
This is not Minecraft. Wait a minute.
What the Minecraft shit is this?
That's very Minecraft, yeah.
What the hell is this?
Oh, Cunning is saying, in an underground lizard folk temple I made, I let my players notice a thin wire with their passive perception. So they stepped over it, but the DC was intentionally low for them to notice the passive by stepping over it. They stepped onto a harder to notice pressure trigger. Ah, they heard and felt the click, and a huge boulder started. Oh, Indiana Jones. But the boulder actually has a half arcane symbol carved into it that would complete upon connecting to the wall at the end of the corridor, causing it to explode, dealing high amount of... Okay, so that is like a multi-stage trap thing. They could have noticed, or like... How should I say this? So the tripwire is easily noticeable, right? But it's up to the party to still say like, oh, I want to investigate further if there's other traps, because hey, there's definitely one that we know of. We should search further. They didn't do that? Okay, then they could potentially step onto it. Now, if you give the description of there only being half a magic circle on the ball, then they can put one and one together, right? Like, oh, where's the other half? Oh shit, it's rolling down. It will probably connect to something below, so we should not run all the way down. We should try to find a side corridor or whatever. Yeah, also that's also a thing. Traps should not be designed to kill. They should only be designed to weaken. So if you have, if you for example have 12 HP, then that trap should never do 1d20 of damage, because that could just straight up kill someone. No chance to recover from it. But if someone has 12 HP and it only does 1d6 or 2d6, there's a very big chance of surviving it, and a very low chance of it knocking you down to 0. But even if you're knocked down to 0, you still maybe have something to keep you alive. Like someone can feed you a healing potion, or cast a healing spell on you, or they could use a healer's kit to stabilize you. You have a chance to return, pretty much. I think that's a good thing to think about. Like, I should like another problem would be this is more hardcore if you do it, but there could be teleportation traps. Some DMs use them, and what they do is they transport you to a different dimension. But at that point, it just means your character is out of the setting, like it's out of the campaign. Because if you get sent to like the 9 hells, how are you ever gonna come back? You're separated from your party. There's no going forward with that character, right? Because they're in a totally different space.
There's to play Doom music.
But that's why you should not do like a single target trap that teleports you to a totally different region. Like if they, like it would make more sense. Like, oh, you have a teleportation trap set up, and it just teleports you 2 rooms ahead into a dungeon cell. That's fine, right? Because you're still in the same dungeon. You're now locked up in a cell, but the rest of the party can still save you. Or you can use your lockpicks to maybe get out of the jail cell, right? So you're still around. That's valid. But the moment you're teleporting to a different dimension and you guys don't have dimension magic or like travel magic, you're pretty much out of the group, and I feel that's unfair.
Kind of screwed, yeah.
The only way where dimensional teleportation traps could work is if it teleports everyone inside the room. Which means the entire group is still together. Because then you can say like, oh, you were all inside this room, the door's locked behind you, and you see magical marks glowing up on the floor. You recognize, based on, for example, an Arcana check, that this is a teleportation spell that activated, or like a teleportation trap. It is sending you to an unknown location. And then, as a group, you teleport into that new location, and that's where you continue the story as a group, right? So you can still play as a group further, there's no problem with that. You're just in a totally different zone or area. And that's fine, because you can still continue as a group. And in the other situation, you're alone and separated from the group.
It is annoying when DMs do that.
I mean, that just shows that some DMs don't have a good grasp of the effects of what they're doing, right? I would never want, like, imagine you put so much effort into making a character, and because just one bad roll, it sends you to like Antarctica, and you're just separated for a year from the rest of the party. How are you gonna play with the party at that point, right? Let's see, Cunning is saying, I just built a dungeon on OSRS, and along the way I have a bunch of traps that can lower their agility level. Then near the end, there's
OSRS style.
There's a teleport trap that teleports them back to the oubliette fire pit trapped inside of a bone cage. I mean, even then there's still a way for them to get out, right? They can easily use strength to force their way through, or thieving to pick the lock, but they better be quick because the fire is burning them. Oh, okay. But usually fire would only do like 1d6 damage per turn, right? I think. Also, here's another good question. I found this one online and I already added it to the document. How do you calculate the damage for lava?
Like, I would suggest just bodily harm, or just, I would suggest bodily harm instead of just pure damage.
So, the problem that you're running into with the lava thing is that it's fluid, right? So you sink into it. It's like it's not something you can stand up. It's not quicksand. You just fall completely into it. And you can't just make it fire damage, because if it was just fire damage, you could have like fire immunity, or you could have fire resistance, right? But I think even if you have fire resistance, lava should still hurt you, right? Well, resistance just gives you half damage, but I feel like that is a little bit weird with lava, right? Wait, Cunning is saying, I haven't converted it to a D&D trap. It does 1 to 3 damage every 0.6 seconds. Ah. What do people?
Reasonable.
What do people online use for lava damage? D&D lava damage.
Hey Jinn, I need a suggestion for a beam weapon. You got any suggestions?
You could make a kit gun that's a beam weapon.
No, because this one's good. So...
Immediately no.
No, the reasoning was because I kind of want to build at least one weapon for sortie, because when I get beam weapon on sortie, I'm kind of fucked.
Although, Cunning, I disagree with that. If there's different types of lava, right? So if there's like lava that's flowing over Earth, okay, you can step in the lava and you would not sink further because it's just a layer of lava on top of stone, right? But if it's like a lava pool, like in the chamber of a volcano, that's like a lava pool, right? and that's where you immediately sink down. Like if you drop a rock or some other kind of object into a lava pool, you immediately get submerged. Because it did become fluid at that point. Oh, here it is. Generally, being submerged in lava deals 18d10 fire damage per round, while stepping on lava can cause 10d10 damage. Some DMs might apply a lingering injury chart from the Dungeon Master's Guide if a creature is injured by lava. Hey, that sort of makes sense. So even, imagine if you're like a red dragonborn, right? Where you have fire resistance. That means you would take half damage of it, but you might still have to roll on the lingering injury chart for the Dungeon Master Guide. Like, you might still lose a leg.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm leveling my twin gremlins right now.
Also circle back, teleporting a party far
Why are we here?
away from the party only works if you talk to the player and they're okay with it for story reasons. And have another player character to... Oh yeah, have a backup character. That's always useful. I will say, I'm not really planning to kill your characters, but accidents can happen or bad rolls can happen. But I would not go out of my way to kill your characters. I feel like narrow escapes are more fun. I thought we were more talking about volcanic eruption. Oh, okay. So you get like a blob of fire. Or like a blob of lava. Lava explicitly means the Earth's surface. Magma. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I should actually call it a magma pool then. But we can, like, I feel like it's always good to talk about these kind of things when they come up, right? It's the same with, like, imagine you come upon an acid pool. Just taking acid damage might not be enough, right? Although, saying that you lose a foot or lose a toe, it's kind of crude as well. What do you think would be a nice effect, John? Like, imagine you step into a corrosive substance.
It depends, like, do you sink or not? Like, if you just step on it,
I think if you
take damage on, like, damage the armor. If you sink on it, wait for it to eat through the armor and then start permanent damage.
Like, first it damages the armor and then it eats through the armor and then hurts the person. That makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, I know it sounds very RPG, but it's an easier way than saying, oh yeah, so you lost a foot because you put your foot in there.
Yeah, like, if you get completely submerged, that's a big problem, right? That's not what you want to happen. But if it's just like your ankles, then a boot could still help you or save you if it's just one turn. I do feel like if you stand 2 turns, 3 turns in acid, that's where you start to take bodily harm.
Yeah.
Or if you're like a halfling or a hobbit and not wear any footwear at all. Because I know there are halflings that just go barefooted, right? If I had to run lava damage, I'd make it difficult terrain and punishing damage, but scale it based on the... Oh, yeah.
That's another one, yeah.
Or you just don't play with lava until the people are a little bit higher level. I mean, if you think about Mario, even like a Mario game, right? When do they introduce the lava? And usually in World 8, right? Pretty late into the game.
Not really. Like, as early as the first castle, actually.
Oh, yeah, but still. Yeah, that's the 2D one, right? Well, it's still not the first stage. It's like...
But it's not the first stage, yeah.
I'd probably run massive damage rules in certain circumstances. Oh, yeah. Also, that's also a good question. Which players are okay with bodily or harm? Like, are you okay with losing a toe? Are you okay with losing a finger? Or are you okay with scars or burn marks? Or would you care to get that healed? Or should there be a way to heal that? Like, does healing take away the scar or just the wound?
I would say do it in stages. It's like, oh yeah, this takes care of the wound. You use the medicine again to take away the scar, and then you use it again.
Oh yeah. Like if you heal someone and they're already at full HP, that's where you start healing the scars, like old things. I mean, at that point it becomes more temporary, so people can still decide like, hey, I like my scar. I'm gonna keep it. It's my character progression thingy. Or they can say like, well, I absolutely hate having a scar on my face or on my hand. I'm gonna remove it by having this healing spell, or I'm gonna regrow a finger or something like that. Using like that's a different spell, right? Regrowing a limb or like a finger.
I think one of the funniest backstories I've heard though was like, so what's your orc's name? My orc's name is Brick. Why? Well, because when they were young, the hardest thing they can break is a brick. However, this is my character's goal. My goal is to become a psychiatrist so that one day I can change my name to Depression. Because that's the strongest thing they broke.
Oh, I think I just crit for 2 mil.
Nice. I tend to discuss that with a player beforehand, like when I took the Artificer's right arm. So you took a Artificer's right arm. Interesting. Taking notes here. just kidding. The Artificer was an armor anyway. Oh, okay, so they probably went for a mechanical arm then, right?
Yeah.
Or the conduit. Where?
So they were only at a disadvantage when not armored up.
To be fair, if since I already discussed what my steel defenders are gonna be powered by, it's gonna be an interesting one.
Let's see. So we already had talks about character bonds, flaws, ideals. I should talk about scars, wounds, and I guess you could call it dismemberment.
I will take dismemberment as long as you allow me to make a mechanical version of it.
And then also
probably Jinn, I won't probably take dismemberment for my character though.
Yeah.
Scars, wounds, fine.
Dismemberment's fine as long as I can make a prosthetic out of it.
yeah, but like this is why it's important to talk about this, because it might be fine for character A but not for character B, right? So I should not introduce it to characters. Like, I know there are some creatures that actually have that in their stat block. Like, oh, if you get bitten by this thing, it will bite your arm off.
Yeah.
I think I saw that somewhere before.
You could change it to just, I mean, to be fair, to make it fair for the party, make it so that it's paralysis.
Oh, yeah. You can just say it's like, oh, it bit you deeply, so now you can't really move your arm anymore during this fight. You have to get it healed before you can use it again. So you don't talk about dismemberment, you don't talk about the details, but you can still say, well, your left arm is out of the combat for now, but you can get
your
it
left
healed.
arm is bleeding profusely, you can't move it.
Yeah.
And then after healing it, you'd be like, yeah, the arm was bleeding too much, so now it's lost its so it's numb at the moment, or it's completely paralyzed.
It would affect certain characters more than others. Like, imagine if you're a greatsword user, you use 2 hands, right? And then you're kind of screwed.
Time to be guts.
Well,
get in the armor.
But if you're like a short sword user or like a longsword user, you would not get affected as much.
Dual wielding is the problem for that one.
No, it's true, but you still have some defensive options, or like
and bow users.
Yeah, bow users are screwed. Crossbow could sort of still work for one shot, But they could not reload. That would be a problem. So that's why I feel
they
like
can reload, but it's gonna be a real. But it's gonna be a. You're gonna have to do a skill check for it.
Yeah, I would already be against dismemberment of like entire limbs, unless that one person is like totally excited about it. Like, oh, I want to lose my limb because I want to get an artificial one at a later level. If the idea comes from them, then I could go along with it. But if the person doesn't ask for it, I think I should not do that.
Last one, I cut someone's arm off. It turned from they turned from lawful good to chaotic evil. So that was nice.
Uh-oh.
That was nice. We had to retcon the entire thing with time travel. So you know what? Fun enough.
I think exhaustion is also an interesting mechanic. Like, exhaustion is the physical kind, right? Like, oh, you're not getting enough sleep, you're not eating enough, and that sort of stuff. There was also one game where there was a mental version of it. Like, you had to manage your mental stress. But that's a little bit too much. Like, I tried it once, and I did not like it.
Too much work.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a character that's basically an undead that had to do like rest every other fight, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's how I did that, because they're slowly losing touch of their body before they could get to. They have to get to their goal before the end of the before they actually become dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was fun.
So their undead state is temporarily and it's running out or something?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah, it's running out, and they have to get to a family member that they had to give something to. That was the goal of that character. In the end, the DM just let them live somehow.
Dude, that was a very weird one. Just saying.
Like, what kind of DMs did you guys have in the past?
That was one of our friends.
We had multiple DMs. It was a very interesting time with all of them.
Based on what you experience as a player, like, what's the one rule that you would definitely introduce as a DM if you were to run something, like something you did not like or liked a lot?
John knows. That one DM.
Uh-oh.
Do not threaten me with a Tarask. I will fight you.
Yeah, level 1 Tarask, right?
Give me 100 days of prep time.
Oh, this is also a good point. I did not think about it. Encounters that are unwinnable.
I hate unwinnable encounters if it's literally just them stat blocking us.
Oh, no. So what I mean is, like, imagine you're going, traveling through the wild. You hear some screeching in the distance, and you realize that is a griffin. That griffin is minding its own business in the forest, and it has young around it, so it's being protective of its young. Are you just gonna walk by it, or are you gonna start something?
Depends.
If you're level 1.
Depends.
I feel at
Like, seriously,
at that point, it's a party's own fault if they're picking a fight with a griffin at level 1. Welcome back, Cunning. Thanks for watching the advertisements. It's much appreciated.
I mean, if it had young and one of the young is just out of its range, don't blame me if I want to adopt it.
Okay, that might be a little bit wrong because I'm introducing young, right? So some players might think, hey, pets, hey, mounts.
Yeah, pets, mounts, yeah. Dude, we had a party member that literally had an entire zoo by like halfway through the campaign.
We have one that collected slimes.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Oh yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, so you collect slimes. Oh, what do these slimes do? You have to figure it out. Okay, can I do an intelligence check? Okay. oh, the slimes are actually different magic weapons that are sentient. Oh.
Also,
Oh.
I should I should catch up on chat what they're saying. Let's see.
Oh, sure.
Let's see. Yes, but making the mechanical version would need an artificer of some sort of engineering profession and collecting items and resources and time to. Oh, they're talking about the artificial limb. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, either you have to travel to a city where there's this legendary smith that can work with it if you don't have an artificer in your team, and that could be its own quest, right? To travel to that city. Or if there is someone in the team, then maybe I could say like, oh, for example, John.
We could keep making prototypes.
John could work on prototypes, and he would still need to collect the materials for it.
You just need to get the materials, yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just do skill checks over multiple days to get it all to work together, and every success makes the time.
Or if your character has some kind of pet, or retainer kind of character NPC, you can send it to get the materials.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we also had that one point where people kept sending NPCs to different places to gather stuff for them. Not going in, by the way.
There was an interesting one where I saw it mentioned that someone had their arcane focus. They just attached it to their wrist, and they don't need a hand for it. Like, they just attached it to their wrist, and it's just stuck there through a bracelet. And then they use their other hand to do the motion for it. And then they can still cast with it, so they don't need their fingers.
I like the other concept of a wizard that was shown to me. Because it's like, okay, I'm gonna play a wizard with negative int. I'm like, okay, and he can't read. So what's your spell book? My spell book is basically just a picture book that looks like IKEA instructions, and I don't know what it does.
Oh, there's another fun one. If you're a wizard with mage hand, in essence, you would have no disadvantage on anything because, hey, you just have a spectral hand you can use as a cantrip, which would be easy. I heard
We use that mage hand for slapping.
Yeah. That was the thing. Yeah.
I heard mention of exhaustion briefly. Yeah, we were very briefly talking about exhaustion and the mental version of that, which would be like stress, like how stressed a person is. But I feel like that would be a little bit too much to track for everybody. I think it could be interesting for a character flaw though. Like, imagine if you're a player character and you just say it's like, well, my character has serious anxiety or stress, so every time something stressful happens, I want to roll for stress and see if I gain stress or lose stress or something happens. And if it's...
You can do that every other like fight or every other major like encounter.
Yeah, but then it's the choice of the player to do that, right? It's not like a mechanic that's for everyone, for every player, because some players might absolutely hate that. They might want to try to play this wise and collected wizard, and then their stress levels are off the chart.
I like playing characters that are. I just want to play characters that are fun this time. This is my goal.
Ah, yeah, the old noble background has it. Oh, yeah, true. Did they remove it in the new one? Because, yeah, you used to have retainers. So, in the past, if you used the 2014 rules for the noble background for your character, you got, I think, 1 or 2 retainers, which means servants, right? Those servants would, for example, wash your dishes or do your clothing or like do menial tasks, right? Or they would write letters, but they would never enter a fight. And if you were to try to use them for a fight, it would either get them killed or they would just run off and abandon you, and then you just lose your retainers pretty much.
There's a flavor text-wise version of it that I like.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so I'm going to play an old noble. Okay. And he's a senile old man who wants to go on an adventure. So his 2 children, which would be the flavor text for the retainers, are now there. Okay. So how does this senile old man fight? He doesn't. One of his kids holds a shield, the other one holds a sword.
You know,
and they can't get away because if that happens, the old man will die.
You know, I was thinking you were going somewhere else with this, but I mean, at that point you are using them for a fight, right?
They are, but it's basically just they're still in the same area. One can only carry a shield, one can only carry a sword, so their entire thing counts as one action.
So I got an idea for this character. Imagine this. I want to play an artificer called Rick and take the noble background. Who am I?
Noble background, Rick, artificer. That's just
Rick and Morty.
Don Quixote who drags his kid into it? Yeah, that is.
It's just Rick and Morty because you're the artificer, so you're the inventor, the genius dad, right? Called Rick.
You have a little homunculus named Morty.
I'm not even sure what the sister's name is. Like, I don't really watch Rick and Morty.
Summer.
Summer. Yeah. I don't even like watch the show, but I see so many shorts of it that it just stuck in my head. Like, imagine you just play that. You just go on wacky adventures.
But yeah, Don Quixote, it's like that. It's a senile old man, and it's like, I'm an adventurer, but I must go. Children, join me. And he's just in a wheelchair, and the kids are like...
Wait, so... I feel like the new version of the noble background is kind of boring if you just get the skilled feat, which means...
Everything is... okay. The 2024 version homogenized characters so much that everything is kind of boring.
I like it. Well, I mean, I don't like it, but I think it's funny that they changed the races on the D&D Beyond website into species. Because they don't want to be racist. And then they...
your species.
And then they also removed the whole racial trait thing.
Yeah, that's what kind of... I'm like, really?
Although I will say, I think it would be interesting if I did allow you guys to not have to pick the racial traits that are normally for your version in the 2014. Like that, this is a problem with 2014 that I do have a little bit in before, is that it's always the elves that get the dexterity, right?
Yeah.
But I know in stories there's also, for example, World of Warcraft, there is a very famous orc warlock. But you could never play that in D&D because orcs would still get strength, right?
Yep.
So that would be a wasted stat, and I feel like, man, I wish you could just get your +2 to whatever fits your playstyle, right? So I do feel like that's something that's nice about the 2024 version, where you get to freely pick which stat gets a +2 and which stat gets a +1.
I mean, there was a funny character that our DM allowed before.
Oh.
In one of my experiences. It's basically a Dota 2 reference, but it's hilarious when they played it, so we were like, yeah, that's funny, we'll take it. So it's a it's a sorcerer, but they're an ogre.
Yeah.
And you know, ogres have minus intelligence, right?
Oh, really?
Well, at least from what I remembered back then. So they made a deal with the DM. They're like, okay, can I have my magic spell scale with strength? And every single athletics check will scale with intelligence instead. You know, at least the relevant ones.
I'm trying to look up the...
Never a playable race that I remember. Yeah. But so basically what ended up happening was, but here's the thing, you're playing a race that is stupid. You can't even cast magic because you're mostly illiterate. So how do you solve this? You need at least twice the brain power. There's a mutation on this ogre. He has 2 heads.
I think usually the classic is like half orc, or maybe half ogre or something.
Yeah, something like that. Half orc or something. But yeah, they're like, nope, not going. So yeah, what ended up happening was they're like, oh, so how do you fix the problem of them not being able to cast magic because they're too stupid? They have 2 heads, but the problem is both heads keep arguing with each other.
Oh, about the question, which orc warlock? I think it's Gul'dan. I think at least he's a warlock, because he is in service of the demons, right? Eventually you also had the skull of Gul'dan, I think. That was a very important item in World of Warcraft. I think species traits are still valid though. Like, oh yeah, elves getting a trait in elven archery or like certain skill sets, that still makes sense. Like the racial feats. That's still fun.
Oh no, Jinn, everything's so racial right now. Oh. How dare.
No, it's not racial, it is ratio with a T. Get ratioed.
You species. God.
I personally feel like the racial traits and stuff are neat at level 1, but it's silly how a level 20 with powers nearly on the level of a demigod is still affected by their starting racial traits without any decent rule as is written to change them in D&D. Oh, imagine if you had a potion or like some ritual effect, or through just hard training that you could change your racial stats.
Jinn, that's called a Fantasia.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, yeah, in Final Fantasy. But you know what I mean. It's like imagine you're an elf. You think like, man, I'm looking way too skinny to attract a half-orc wife. I need to buff out. I need to hit the gym. I'm gonna work my ass off. And then for the next year, you just hit the gym. You use the weights.
You wanted to go and marry a half-orc. No wonder you got disowned by your village.
yeah. And then like after a year, you became like this super buff elf, and that's instead of like the +2 dexterity, you get the +2 strength. Because you put in the hard work to overcome your racial...
And because of your muscles, you can't move as much, so you lose dexterity.
Yeah. It's the same for, imagine if you spend a year or longer just reading books, raising your intelligence, and then you just lose your strength or your dexterity because, well, everything you did was just reading books. Or maybe maybe you've been spending a year in the tavern just flirting with everything that's not bolted down.
Here's another warning, Jinn.
Yeah.
I might make some very stupid jokes when we're around different races.
Oh, wait, you mean like racist jokes or?
Because the character I'm going to play has no social cues, like has bad social presence.
Yeah.
It's shit like so like you're in a dwarf encampment. You see some dwarves roaming around.
Yeah.
Like, here's a drug that can get you high. Or since you're dwarves, does that make you a medium?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You want to be high, short king?
Like, here's something. This will get you high. Medium? Maybe?
Well, if it's fitting in the game world, like, I'm fine with it. But if that guy gets insulted by it, I do feel like you should feel the effects of that as well. Like if it's in good, like if you know that the character or the NPC could handle a joke like that and laugh about it, then it would be harmless, right? But if you would say that to the king or whatever, then you get thrown out probably for discontent or whatever it's called.
No, they probably get positional advantage for cold shots versus your groin.
Like orcs used to have negative intelligence. Or... Yeah. Let's see. What else did we have? There's also there used to be half dwarfs as well. That also had a little bit more. They were like pretty like they were taller dwarfs, but they were bulkier than humans.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, well, you could still just play a dwarf or a human and just say like, oh, you have ancestry and that, and then it's just flavor. Let's see, it's okay. You just use Hulking Hurler Prestige class with a 1684 D4 Magic Stone of returning as your weapon. Jeez.
What was that other? But yeah, I'm gonna warn you. I might suddenly pull out jokes like that for while playing my character.
I mean, you had a character that has a spell that uses words to damage.
Oh yeah, right.
Then, what, the Vicious Mockery?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that one is funny.
Yeah, I killed a guard because they're like, you're under arrest. No, your mom's under arrest. They died.
Died of cringe. Died of cringe. The guard took 16 cringe damage.
Like, I think oh yeah, right. I made that with the DM where I'm like, yeah, I want to play a character where they have Vicious Mockery, but they can't turn it off. And the problem is their way of communication is insulting people.
Wait, that reminds me. Do you know about the succubus rule?
No. Why?
So apparently there was a rule set for the succubus that if she tried to seduce you and you resisted and rejected her, she would take psychic damage from the no. From just rejecting her.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah.
So someone made a picture of like a character just floating. You know that the picture of the guy floating in the air and then someone running away from them. But they used the succubus one, and then the character that was floating in the air very menacingly was just repeatedly saying, "I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay." And the succubus just gets like 1d6 of damage every time he says it. That's such stupid humor, but it fits in the D&D world.
I'm not jumping.
So it's less of an ogre and more like an etin? Oh, what's an etin?
Kinda, yeah, but it was funny because it's like,
oh yeah,
they don't speak in full sentences, but to cast a spell, both of them have to mishmash whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And its flavor text says whenever they cast a spell, it's always wild magic. It was inefficient, but it was fun to play around with.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Cunning also said, I mean, I have rules for increasing ability scores or anything really. There's rules for learning tool proficiencies and language. But the PHB states that the GM might allow additional training. Yeah. So I started talking about that at the beginning of the stream, that I will allow my group to learn additional skills, even skills that are not basically in the game, because I feel they would add value to the campaign. For example, if you've never seen a desert in your life, if the party first arrives at a desert, they would not know how to survive in such circumstances, right? So they could have the option to hire a caravan to assist them, or like to have guides to guide them through the desert. But they could also have the option to learn, or have someone in the party learn how to deal with dangers inside the desert. So that person could then act as their guide, right? And then they can just pay to learn that as a permanent skill. Otherwise, they might have to keep hiring, caravans or guides to get across the desert, which might be a little bit hard if you're trying to go to a secret temple and a guard is hanging around, or like a guide is hanging around.
I still like that one. It's like, hey, what's the problem? You're the problem. Oops. Vicious Mockery.
Let's see. So I let people spend enough downtime.
We had a friend who made a character that collects waifus.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that what he did in his downtime? Just get a new girlfriend in every town?
No.
No. He literally just seduced different monsters and they became his fangirls.
Oh no.
They're all bards.
Oh.
His fangirls all turn into bards, so they all give him. So whenever he needs an inspiration, they're all the ones that are cheering for him.
You know, it's all fun and games when the bard does it, but what happens if he meets another bard?
He's not a bard.
He's not a bard. He's a fighter.
Oh, okay.
He's a fighter, and it's like, my grandfather has given me this notebook. It says that I need to collect 48 treasures. He didn't mention that all the treasures were women. Shit.
I'm just thinking of something terrifying. Usually it's the bard that seduces the dragon, right? But imagine you encounter a dragon that has the personality of a bard.
That would be funny.
That would be funny. It will do anything to seduce you, even transform into human form.
No, make it a dragon that can read thoughts. And it just reads like whoever. It just reads like. It reads your mind, but it doesn't fully understand what a kink is. So it's like.
No. It sounds the same, but it's written different. Read thoughts.
Yeah.
Just thoughts with T-H-O-T. So it only works on thoughts and not on anyone. Only a very specific group of people.
I do want to at least ask you to incorporate the bargain bin magic spell.
Wait, bargain bin magic spell? What's that?
So, you go to a shop and you can buy scrolls, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay, so the Find Familiar spell scroll is 3 gold, for example, right? And then they're like, here's a bargain bin of defective spell scrolls, so if you want to take it, so you take the Find Familiar scroll, you use it. Well, you find a place familiar.
you got a sudden case of deja vu.
Yeah, something like that. It's like,
deja vu. I've been in this place before.
Yeah, it's like that. Burning hand scroll is 2 silver. All it does is put your hands on fire. I would love if you could at least put that in.
So,
like the bargain bin scroll, then make it a coin toss.
I think I could make it somehow work within the setting. Because the whole setting starts where magic only got introduced,
got kicked.
Or how you call it? Like magic got reintroduced like 200 years ago, right? So before that, there was a period of 2,600 years where there was no magic in the world. Everything got drained because of an ancient battle. So that means that magic weapons in the past lost their magic and lay dormant for 2,600 years, and then later on returned to being magical again. So that means that maybe someone's drying rack or like their drying stick suddenly becomes a wizard staff again and has like enchantments on it, and then wacky stuff could happen at that situation. And because a lot of knowledge was lost about magic, there would be a lot of magical research going on, like retrieving these magical items, understanding how they work, what's possible, what's not possible, which means that people will probably try out making certain scrolls or spells or effects, and probably also have a lot of silly or defective ones that would end up in a pile.
Yeah, like you buy the guidance spell and you're like, okay, I need the guidance spell so that I get a 1d4 bonus, right? You get the bargain bin version, it's like, I use this guidance scroll. Some guy just goes to you and it's like, yeah, go there. Guy just randomly shows up, just go there. Is it correct? Not sure.
Imagine the guidance is just...
One way to find out.
The guidance one is just suddenly you hear a voice in your mind saying that everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, see? Things like that.
Or you get an 8-ball and it just says yes or no or something.
Maybe ask again next time.
Yeah, or here's a darker one. It's like, the minor illusion spell. I use it. You just see a bunch of kids running around.
I should probably eat something at some point though today. Oh yeah, definitely cutting. Go get something to eat, no problem. Hope you have a good meal.
Or primal savagery. Your intelligence turns into a caveman for like 60 seconds.
What do you guys feel about those overly silly characters? Like, I want to be a druid with high, what was it again? High dexterity, and then I want to take on the bear form or something, and then be like a rogue bear.
I think it would be funny because, frankly, one of my other ideas is like I want to play a high strength wizard.
Wait.
Why? Because I want to multi-class into monk.
Wait, where's Stone Toad's comment coming from? Not half sweaty naked dwarves for the minor. Minor illusion.
Yeah, minor illusion. There's an E.
Oh god.
You misread it as something else, I see.
Yeah.
They said minor illusion, not minor illusion. Yeah, see, that would be fun. I just want to have, like, whenever we get spells or wherever we buy spells, there's a chance it backfires into something silly.
And then major illusion would be just summoning a major to scream at you or something.
It's just a drill sergeant yelling at you. Like, Private, what the hell do you think you are?
Drop down and give me 20!
20. You fat fuck, you have none.
I think that could be funny, but I feel like those things either have to be in some kind of magical research laboratory kind of situation where they're just chucked into a pile because they know they don't work, or maybe at like some kind of Fae carnival where the Fae definitely know how it works.
You going?
No, I'm not. Or it's like
You have to do the 20 or you can't stop the spell.
Or here's another one. It's like spare the dying. What does it do? There's a voice in your head that says, maybe you don't kill this one.
Or yeah.
I do think like those kind of things could be interesting for certain situations, but probably not every town, right?
Nah, it would be fun if it would be at least every town, and you know, you just get to pick them up.
Oh yeah. I think that they would be best reserved if you're. Imagine you fight like a mad scientist, goblin, wizard or something, or if you went to a carnival and you got it as a
prize.
Yeah, as a prize. Well, how do you call it? Like consolation prize or something?
Yeah, consolation prize. Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe in the Feywilds where they ask what you wish for, and then they give you the scroll because you wished for like a spell or like some kind of thing, and then they would just give you that variant.
Or wish.
Yo, I realize how messed up the Fae could be. Have you seen the rules for leaving the Feywilds?
Yeah.
So in the Feywilds, time goes differently, right? So spending 2 weeks inside the Fae could be like a year in like outside in the game world, like in the overworld. So you could be gone for a year for just being there for 2 weeks, or you could just, when you exit the Feywild, you lose any memory of what you did inside the Feywilds. So if you went inside looking for knowledge and then you exit, you just lose that knowledge again. Like, there's some messed up effects in there.
Oh, here's another spell that would be funny with the bootleg spell rule, Jinn. Jim's magic missile.
Oh, is that the one that can backfire?
No, it's a you get 3 twisting hypoallergenic gluten-free darts of magical force.
Oh.
Yeah, it does 2d4 force damage basically. And if it crits, it's a 5d4.
Oh.
So it's like, what's a defective version of this spell? Some random guy named Jim somewhere around the world just casts magic missile.
Wait, there's a Fey Dark? Oh. Oh, that's cool.
Or Agnazar's Scorcher. They're like, I cast Agnazar's Scorcher, but you fuck up the spell. It just conjured up some guy named Agnazar grilling on with a grill. Like, what? Like, what? You ruined my lunch.
Oh, I found it, what they're saying here. Let's see.
Yeah.
For this reason, leaving the Feywilds could have dire consequences. Lost time could suddenly catch up to a mortal, sending them into fits of exhaustion or even hunger, or even killing them instantly if many years have passed. Like, imagine you spent 3 years in the Feywilds, but you don't age up in the Feywilds. But the moment you step out of the Feywilds, you catch up in those 3 years. So you age up by 3 years instantly. Let's see. At the same time, those without Fey ancestry might find their memories or time spent in the Feywilds become hazy or vanishing altogether. So yeah, there's a lot of silly effects for leaving the Feywilds.
Yep. Oh. Here's another one, Jin. Detect thoughts. What's the bootleg version? It just shows you the name brothel.
The favorite spell of the bard. Do you think do you guys like custom encounters or like custom monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So imagine you normally only have like the typical dragons that breed the primary elemental damage types, right? But imagine that's just a smoke dragon.
Detect thoughts. Target is thinking. Target is not thinking. See, there's so many fun ways we can play around with that.
But yeah, I was thinking about what if it's literally just smoke instead of like.
Yeah. See.
I mean, it would be pretty interesting and hard to find a dragon that could literally breed smoke and mist and that sort of stuff. Although the question would be, is it like smoke or is it smoke mist?
Smoke mist would be at least cool. But smoke is just boring.
No. I mean like smoke secondhand smoking, like cigarette smoke.
It's just a dragon with a hookah.
You feel like you lost
It's just
time.
tobacco.
Yeah.
Imagine what you want, huh?
Imagine the fight just ends and then you just get a comment from the DM. You feel as if you just lost 5 years of your life.
You have cancer in game.
Oh no. But yeah, like I personally think that could be funny, or like having certain. So what they did with dragons is also that I think in the new rule, you can give them certain spells, right? Like you can give them 1 or 2 spells to customize their loadout, so it's not always the same dragon you're fighting. So you can have extra effects, but you can also have the lair actions or legendary actions, or what is it, mythic actions? I think even these days, I'm not even sure what the difference is anymore.
Resistances, mythic actions.
Like I do feel like if you're fighting something legendary, like a boss encounter, you should not be able to stun it and then it just sits on its ass for 5 turns and dies. That would be very anticlimactic.
Yeah, it would.
Instead, we're going by raid mechanics.
Oh, here's another one. Spiritual weapons. Your sword becomes sentient and asks you if you have prayed for the day. Or have you gone to church yet?
Oh, I have a question for you. Have I ever showed you this?
Oh, we going?
No.
Wait, I should show you guys this. You probably can't see it on stream, but I am gonna send it in the group chat. Let's see if I can find it again.
Sure. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Bestow curse. You just start cursing someone.
Let's see. Where did I leave those tokens? Those effects? Because I think you might think they're funny.
Yeah.
Or you might be horrified. Who knows?
Maybe both. Oh, here's another funny one. Conjure woodland beings. You just summon a bunch of a bunch of wooden toys of different animals.
Let's see, I have the continent shapes here. Pixel icons over there. Where did I leave it? Those are the books that I have.
Did I format this?
Which one?
The sword? Skia Jati.
If you want to add stuff on it and you haven't filled it up yet.
I mean, does it need to?
Better check.
I have my screen share.
Oh, found it. You're gonna recognize these. I'm gonna
these
say
no.
No. Look at these. You're gonna recognize these, right?
I hate you. I saw that shit.
Yeah, shit. You recognize them as well.
Hmm?
Look at the VC chat.
Yeah, I made special effects for boss encounters.
Alright, ready the soundboard then, John. What should I put on the Lex Prime?
So just for those curious about it, what I just posted, in Final Fantasy XIV, you have certain effects where you have to respond in a very specific way. Like there's like AoE zones where you just have to step outside of it. But there's also pushback effects where if you stand inside the zone, you get pushed into a certain direction, which could include being pushed off the arena. There's also effects where you're gonna get hit by a heavy attack, but with a delay, so you have some time to react to it. And there's also an effect where if you stack up on each other, then you share the damage instead of like someone taking all of the damage solo. So I figured that would actually be very interesting group mechanics if you're doing like a hard encounter, and that makes people want to walk around, because normally with a boss, all people do is stand still and just repeatedly cast spells or attack, right? But with these kind of effects, then you're still kind of forced to move around. Like sometimes you just retreat, sometimes you have to be at a certain distance, or you have to be out of line of sight.
Yep.
No, I just feel it adds a little bit more uniqueness to the fights.
Yeah, it at least makes it more fun.
And also, the moment you see the icon, you already know what the hell is going on.
Yep. Speaking of, the new area in 14 is based on FF5.
Oh, really?
Done. Which one do I pharma?
Whatever's most expensive.
This one?
Wait, I can actually... Wait, I can already tell the people... well, not really tell the people, but like I can add it to the session 0 document, so you can actually see what it does. Let's see. But yeah, I made these things like I think 4 months ago. I figured you guys would appreciate it.
I do, yeah. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it.
Well, I feel like these are the type of effects that should start on a turn, and then they activate 1 turn later, so you actually have a time to to react to it, right? It's not instant damage or like an instant effect, it's more like a delayed thing. What's the best way to... I think I should turn it into a table. Insert, table... There we go. And then we can just make it smaller so it doesn't take up too much space. So yeah, we have 4 basic shapes for damage, which is the donut, the cone, the double line, and just the regular circle.
Well, how are you even gonna work the tank buster? My question though is, how are you gonna work the tank buster in?
Well, if you're half health, then you know you have to heal up before that thing comes in.
I guess.
Like, I don't understand, not everyone would have, for example, high HP, but they would have defensive options. So, for example, a wizard can still cast mirror image, right? Or they could cast blur, or they could have, for example, as a reaction, the shield spell. So they have an increased chance of actually avoiding that attack, right?
Yep.
So it just means that you know something big is coming, and then you would probably save your reaction for that specific attack, so you don't use it on a minor attack during that turn. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the same sense that someone with a defensive duelist feat would probably not use that feat against
Jinn about to give us PTSD.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. That stupid chocobo has given me enough today.
I'm gonna have to make a dungeon video animation where you just go through the entire dungeon as a camera.
Now, where's my Walmart Extreme? Or Waffle House Ultimate?
Yeah. At the beginning of the cave, you just get a selection menu on what difficulty mode you would like to play this one. Savage, Ultimate.
EX, Ultimate always. That's gonna kill everyone. Well, you know, you gotta learn somehow.
Mm-hmm. I do feel like it could be interesting. Like, oh, this effect only happens once during a fight when he's on 75% health, or oh, this effect only happens when he reaches 50, or maybe he has a rotation. Like every turn he does something in the same order, pretty much. So you know, like, oh, you survived the first 3, and then he goes back to his rotation again.
Yep.
The nasty effect would be more if you become incapacitated, or if you become knocked down, so your movement is reduced, right? Because if you're knocked down, it takes half your movement to stand up, so you only have 15 feet left, and then you still have to walk out of the danger zone, right? So that means that even minor effects would become a little bit more dangerous if it's not immediately solved. It might also mean that you have to sometimes spend your action shoving or pushing another player into safety and then walk away instead of making the attack. Is how I'm guessing things could happen.
Yep. Currently playing with the Euphona Prime.
Oh, how
went with the headshot build.
Enjoying it?
Hmm?
Like, is it a fun weapon to use?
Yeah, I just needed a single pistol. I'm trying to form at least one weapon for each category right now, because sorties are pain.
Ah.
And I'm getting sick of just using Titania to solve my problems.
You want something new to play with.
Yep. Also, not gonna jump in.
So we gotta call this the damage AoE. Oh, we should probably add another row above. Shape. And then definition.
I mean, I do like having the wackadoodle shit that happens in things like, oh yeah, I want to test my sword's hardness. Your sword is broken now what?
Oh, that's also a good question. Critical fails. Do you like them? Hate them?
I would suggest, I would love critical fails to be there, but I want it to be done for laughs.
Like minor effects?
Kinda like, it's mostly just, imagine played it for laughs, basically.
Like, I feel like there's a problem with critical fails in that they could only affect physical fighters, like physical, how do you call those? Martials, because they do the attack, right? So if they roll a 1 on the attack, they get a disadvantage, or like they get hit, or something bad happens. But it never happens to the caster, because the caster doesn't roll for their spell. They are making the enemy do a saving throw, right?
Now, the way our DM handled that one was like, if the monster actually succeeds on the save, it makes it do something that will hurt the caster's, it's either hurt the caster's ego or, you know, because we played with the rule like critical failures, like failures are often played for laughs. It's like you cast Tasha's hideous laughter on this monster.
Yeah.
Oh, they're able to succeed the saving throw. The monster laughs at you instead because you think that's the fun, because you think that's scary.
I feel like if you're gonna make critical fails a thing for attacks for martials, then you should also do critical successes for monsters if they succeed with a nat 20 on a saving throw.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, and I do want it to.
Like he catches the spell and sends it back, or he deflects it, or there's a misfire.
My favorite. My favorite one's with Fireball, because you know how broken Fireball is, right?
Yeah.
So what the DM does was like, if it's a boss monster and they're like, oh, yeah, so they succeeded the throw on it. Oh, does it take half damage? No, it takes a fourth of the damage and then tosses the fireball at you. Roll for saving throw.
Good luck, buddy. I want to play a character like that once, where you get the fireball spell, but you get the meta magic option for transmutation, and you just turn it into a different element.
Yeah.
Like you turn it into lightning ball instead of fireball. I think that would be a cool thing to do.
It's something I think that would be at least a fun like thing to do, right? If we're gonna be playing with other people.
I think so,
Make critical failures for martials, but play it for laughs. But also have the magic classes have a version of it where if the monster saves their, you know, if the monster gets a nat 20 on your saving throw, you also get ridiculed.
Oh yeah, it's hard to know exactly how far you should go with that kind of stuff, right? So that's why I'm still thinking about like how should you approach that kind of stuff. Like, oh, thank you, thanks for the follow, Hikaru-kun, welcome. I think it would. I think maybe we should just keep it reserved to very specific monsters. So, for example, it's not a general effect, but it might be a very specific monster effect. Like, imagine you have some kind of demon that causes misfortune or bad luck, and if you fight specifically against that, then a critical fail would then have an extra negative effect, right? Like, oh yeah, well, you tried to do this, but now you dropped your weapon, or you tried to do this, but you slipped and you fell, and now you're prone on the floor. Like that kind of effect, that would still be cool if you do it on an individual basis against like specific creatures that cause misfortune or bad luck or like something like that. And then you can also have the opposite effect of having certain monsters, demons, devils, or fiends, or whatever you're fighting, maybe even a celestial, that they have like the spell reflect ability on a net 20. So if you try to cast a spell at them and they save it with a net 20, then it gets negated or returned, or it heals them, or like something weird happens, right? I think it would be nicer to have it as that than a general rule that could apply to any monster, because I feel it would be stupid if a regular bear would throw a net 20 and then he reflects a fireball. Like, how does that work?
Probably not that.
Yeah, but
probably not in a way where it's maybe you could do it in a failure where if the bear rolls a nat 20 on the fireball, then the wizard actually just, you know, does a sissy throw with the fireball and it's just really short and just lands in front of you.
Yeah, but like that's the trouble, right? Because if it's a natural 20 on their side, it has to be something they succeeded at, right? But how can a bear succeed at doing something with a fireball? Like,
see, that's where your DMing skills are put to the test. You have to figure that out.
The fire infuses with the bear.
The bear is now on fire.
It's now an
It's
elemental.
also charging towards you.
Yeah, it's now a raging elemental bear.
I think the best way to deal with the bear, like if the bear gets a nat 20, is like, oh yeah, you set the bear on fire. By the way, the bear saw where the fireball came from. It's now running towards you. Luck.
The bear sneezes at the perfect time to reflect the fireball back. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's like, it is kind of funny to add like that. Well, it would be at least a bit more interesting.
I also have another interesting question. So you know how sorcerers work, right? They awaken their natural talents to cast spells, even though they were just regular humans or regular creatures before, right? Like humanoids.
Yeah.
imagine if you have that mechanic for wild animals where they awaken sorcery abilities, even if they're just regular animals.
Then that would make it fun.
So now suddenly you have a bear that could cast Thunder Wave or something.
That would make it fun.
That would definitely make it more interesting at higher levels, because you don't know what kind of spells that bear has.
Yeah, it would be funny, right?
Like, is this a regular bear? Is this an enhanced bear? No, this bear is actually a wizard. It has spent years in the library reading up about spells and studying them.
It got so sick of all the wizards running around the mountain that it actually just went and copied one, and apparently it worked. So yeah, good luck.
Are we going again?
One last.
But yeah, I think it could be interesting to. It would sort of work with the setting, like, because hey, magic was gone for 2,600 years. People thought bears were just bears. And people are reawakening their magical skills, and now even creatures or animals are regaining their magic.
Yeah, it would give a lot of unique shit, right?
Yeah, a lot of chaos.
Would make things fun, would make things interesting, and, you know, something different. Or you're like, oh yeah, so I cast magic missile on that rabbit. Oh wait, the rabbit managed to dodge it. Okay, the magic missiles are now going after you. Good luck.
That's a good description, right? For the stack up thing. High damage, targeted damage that can be split amongst anyone inside the radius. So if you're just standing there with 2, it gets split between 2. If you're standing there with 4, it gets split between 4, pretty much.
Yep.
I think that's such a cool mechanic in Final Fantasy. Like, oh yeah, even as a mage or as a healer, you can still take part of the damage.
You still have to tank.
Yeah.
But I'm a mage. I shouldn't take damage. No. Get in the stack, or I will go there. Or you will sub this with me. Although that did happen today, where I'm like, I was like, okay, yeah, like a while ago, and like, oh, Kana died. Wait, let me res her. I can probably take this. Shit. You know what? You know what? This is what I get for trying to raise you.
Let's see. How should I give the warning? Save up your mitigation or healing, or like pre-heal.
Just get the sound effect.
Yeah, just a sound effect. John, just give him the files.
Uh-huh.
Just name them which one is which. Holy shit, I just did a red crit. Jesus.
Nice.
I mean, there's even... Wait. D&D does have spells that give you temporary HP, right?
It does. But I'm pretty sure most of us won't have it.
We won't have it at low level, most likely.
I think the Warlock could already have it at level 1. What was it called? Was it False Life?
Yeah, False Life. Oh yeah, Jinn, what's your thoughts on the Coffee Lock Warlock?
The what?
It's a Warlock with infinite, It's a Warlock with infinite, sorcery points and spell slots.
He wants coffee breaks?
No, he never sleeps.
Oh.
Yeah, see, there's...
So overworked.
It's looking for real.
Is that because a Warlock always regains their spell stats on a short rest and not on a long rest? So he only takes breaks, but he never sleeps?
Yeah, he never sleeps. He just takes short breaks.
He's just gonna take a coffee break.
Well, like how I did it with the long rest, I did put limitations on it that you can only do it once per 24 hours, and then it costs rations to use it, right? And I'm hoping that it would put like a limiter on how often you can long rest to recover your resources. and that people opt in more for short rests, because short rests are still useful for regaining certain short, like the minor resources, right? For certain classes, including the warlock or the fighter, and you also get your HP back. So I'm trying to make short rests more attractive. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, it's False Life. Artificer, Sorcerer, and Wizard can cast it. Bolster yourself with Necromantic Falsimal of Life. You gain 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points for the duration. At higher level, you gain 5 additional temporary hit points for each spell slot above first.
I'm good. Not running on the other. Not running in.
Okay.
I do think the Warlock version is the best though, because you have unlimited uses. Because for other classes, it costs a first level spell slot.
Yeah. Yeah, so coffee lock. The warlock never sleeps, he uses false life, he keeps on going.
Hey, wait, question. False life includes a roll for it, like 1d4 plus 4, right? Imagine you play a warlock, that there's no limit how often you can cast it, right? So you can keep casting it. So imagine you just go for the Hakari build and just keep re-rolling your temporary hit points every time, like every chance you get.
You just bring out the cup of coffee. Sit down, drink it, and then get back up.
Yeah, he's just hoping for a high roll for his temporary HP.
Oh yeah, Jinn. So you probably not realize it, but you did something real. You said something kind of fucked up a bit ago.
Oh wait, what did I do?
You said, yeah, I'm making short rests more attractive. Long rests are overused. I'm like, oh, so you want your workers to not sleep? Just keep taking a short nap and break again, huh?
Well,
I see you.
I mean, within the confines of D&D specifically, right? Imagine it gets grabbed out of context and just put online.
Yeah. I'm making short rests more attractive. People keep taking long rests. Like, okay.
Yeah, but
okay then.
What I noticed is that there are, for example, wizards that would constantly ask for long rest, and then they start nuking again, going through all their resources, and then they ask for a long rest again. And then they start nuking again without any conservation for their spell slots, right? Because they keep casting the fireball because they can, because they keep regaining their spell slots. I feel like there should be a limit to that, so they are more likely to also use their cantrips and other options and have some interesting setups. For example, there is that ice spell. What was it? Was it Ice Lance or something? Or what is it? Frost cantrip ice 5e. What was it again? Oh, Ray of Frost. So Ray of Frost is a cantrip, but it's kind of interesting. Although the damage kind of is a little bit lackluster with 1d8 cold damage, but the nice effect is that if it hits, it reduces the speed of the target by 10 feet until the next turn. So imagine you have 30 feet of movement, you move 30 feet away, and then you cast this spell, which has a range of 60 feet, onto the target, and you hit them, and they have a speed of, for example, 30 feet. That means for the until next turn, they can only move 20 feet. They will never be able to catch up to you. You can kite them around, which is a very interesting effect for something that is just a cantrip, right? Like you could literally kite big bosses because you're reducing their movement speed, and not a lot of bosses or big monsters have immunity against reduced movement speed. So even if it's just a cantrip with low damage, the effect is still very interesting. So I feel like I should encourage people to make use of that. In the same way that like Eldritch Blast can have like different effects. Like there's an effect you can pull enemies closer, or you can have the effect where you can push enemies back, right?
Guys, I have a question.
Yeah. Also, thank you, Tatsuya.
I cannot I cannot see any tweets in Twitter right now.
Oh.
At all.
Wait, did you get soft blocked or?
No, I can't. No, that's like nothing's showing.
Oh. Huh, interesting. You want me to look at Twitter if I have something similar or?
Yeah.
Like on the browser?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look. Sure, we can go in, Tatsuya. Hope you're off from work already and enjoying the weekend.
It's not reloading, yeah. Reloading. That's just me? Should be reloading.
I'm not seeing anything. Also, Tatsuya, by the way, good news. We found Karula and Toka again. Age like fine wine.
I'm seeing Hikaru that followed me a bit back. They are actually a VTuber themselves.
Oh, hey, another one.
Yeah, they followed me on Twitter. I just see it. And they have a very cool wolf design to it.
Hey.
Nice.
Yeah, I can't see any tweets, nor do I see anything.
It's not reloading on my end.
Oh, they also know Vance Van Creed. I know that one. He's more active on YouTube though, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the like groups that I am in on Twitter. They are not loading. Yeah, so I think Twitter is kind of down right now.
We found Karulu and Toka. Yep, Kuan's dead. Oh, for I always
Uta,
mess up.
yeah.
I always mess up the name. Uta, yeah. Utawara Mono, I think.
Utawareru Mono.
Yeah. Man, I always trip up on that name.
I got it. The name is hard to pronounce anyway. It's fine. But yeah, it was interesting. We finally found what the characters from the first game were up to. They made the equivalent of that world's Pope into digging hot springs for a vacation, but that was funny. Yeah, it's like there's an international incident that time. So where did she go? Oh, she went here to go and dig stuff. It's okay, Tatsuya, don't worry about it.
Are you done for the day, John?
I'm done for the day, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the Goliath ability again? Stones is not stone skin, right? I think, or is it?
I don't think that's Goliath.
Goliath, Rage.
I'm sure it's not Warforged?
Well, they have a skill where they can roll a d12, and that's how much damage gets reduced from damage that they're getting. I think. Stone skin or something? I don't know. Oh, Stone's Endurance. You can focus yourself to occasionally shrug off injury. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to roll a d12. Add your Constitution modifier to the number rolled and reduce the damage by that total. After you use this trait, you cannot use it again until you finish a short or long rest. So that means if they, for example, have 20 Constitution is a +5, they can reduce up to 17 damage.
That's kind of cool.
Something between the 6 and 17 damage just reduced. And that's before damage reduction. So if they have resistance to like fire damage, or if they have resistance against a certain effect, then first the damage gets halved, right? And then with this effect, you can even reduce it further to pretty much 0. So they can eat 34 damage and not well, not have any effect on their HP. And that's a pretty good tank.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Also, wait, what time is it? Actually,
is for
the half orc also has a nice ability where if they drop down to 0 HP, they can get up to 1 HP once per fight, right? Or like once per short rest or long rest. Wait, is it bedtime for you guys, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty late for you guys, right?
I'll play a bit longer for a bit more, but yeah. I think for Shin has to go. I have to go to the bathroom first though.
No problem, no problem.
I'll go for now. Go sleep.
Alright,
Go sleep.
good night. Thanks for talking. See you next time.
Oh, wait,
looking forward
I think
to
I need
D&D.
to ask John something. So.
Oh.
They left though.
Oh, you can also just write him a message so that he at least knows, right? Or are you gonna stay a little bit longer?
I'm just gonna be asking him what he's gonna do tomorrow, later. It's gonna be Warframe.
I am curious what I'm gonna do tomorrow because I know there's the Helldivers 2 event going on where you have to defend Earth, right? That's a special event. So I feel like there's a temporary map for that. So if you miss out, you don't get to enjoy the city content. On the other hand, there's also Warframe, and there's also enough other games that I could be playing. Like, man, one thing I've been
I guess.
Oh yeah. Wait, I could go. Wait, you guys need relics as well, right? Are you guys going relic farming tomorrow, or?
I don't know. That's why I'm kind of staying to ask John.
Because
on his plan and.
I do think you're gonna, like, especially for you, you're gonna need to do relic farming. Hopefully get duplicates so you can turn it into ducats. So you can buy some of those prime mods because some of those prime mods are really nice.
Yeah.
Or you can just save up the ducats for like another week when something's in store that you like more. Have you, did you do the call mission so far?
The what?
There is the Veilbreaker missions, if you speak to call.
I have not done more than the story.
Okay, so there is the Veilbreaker questline, and that unlocks the missions you can do for call, which refresh every week. Those missions have a side effect, or like a side mission mechanic to it, where you get points. And if you get enough points, you can get the Archon versions of the base mods. For example, you get Archon Flow, or Archon Intensify, or Archon Reach, which have bonus effects based on elements. So if you're using a certain element on your frame, then there's like a bonus side effect to it, and they're stronger than the base forms. I would say they're almost equal to like the prime versions of certain mods, so it could be interesting for you. Also, welcome back, Cunning. Wait, can I send you an image for that so you know at least Archon mods?
I'm back.
Welcome
John,
back.
what are you gonna be doing later?
It's the other weekend, so I'm probably finishing up Halo later tonight.
Also, John.
Warframe?
Probably not.
And I'll be in 14 probably for the night then.
Also, John, I also got a question for you. When are we playing against Shrouded? We gotta have to defeat that dragon.
Dragon D's, no? No. When?
I'm gonna go sleep.
Alright, we'll see you later.
Good night.
I'm probably free usually Wednesdays or
yeah, but
Saturdays.
Wednesdays are usually a problem because that's like midweek, right? And we both have like work to do, and with our time zones, that kind of makes it hard at times to do collabs. So
Saturday would be good, I guess.
Let's see, Saturday. Well, not tomorrow, Saturday, because you're gonna be busy with Halo, right?
Yeah. Because I don't really have anything to do in Warframe next week, so maybe we could do it Shrouded for a bit.
Wait, for which day were you thinking?
I'm thinking either Saturday or Sunday.
Well, I could make an exception for Sunday that we can just play, and then at least then we can go through it together. Because I feel like it would be, it would not be correct if I were to do the dragon boss, which seems to be an interesting progression, and also the quest beyond that. Because once you do the dragon quest, you can also go beyond into level 3 enshrouded areas, I think, which unlocks a lot of the map. So I feel like I should not do that alone, because then you'd be missing out, right?
Yeah, we could do enshrouded either on Sunday or let's see.
Like, my only other option would be on a Monday, because hey, that's usually my free day as well. But I think you usually play something else that day, right? I think.
Monday is usually Shin's Warframe stream.
Yeah. So that
Saturday, next week Saturday would be fine for me because I don't really have anything to do with Warframe next week unless Isleweaver suddenly slaps me in the face.
Well, I'll be honest with that. I think it comes out on the 8th of June, right?
Oh, son of a bitch.
So that's gonna be a Sunday, I think.
Okay, if it comes out on a Sunday, then that's fine by me.
So we can
that means I can move Warframe on a Sunday for me then.
Well, we could play on the Saturday and then move. You could play the event for Warframe then on the 8th or on Monday on the 9th, right?
Ocean stream, yeah, that'd be good. Because I do want to do the Isleweaver update.
Yeah, I want to do it as well. Maybe we can do it like all three together because we're all caught up, right? If it's like an event kind of thing, then well, since Jinn is in the clan anyway, we're gonna have to work together on that to get the progress for the dojo, for the what is it? Maybe some like some kind of gold statue.
Gold award.
Yeah. Also, Doom Eternal was asking from the title, world building, are we building worlds? Yes, we are. But we're also doing some of these side well, how do you call it? Like some of the rules for playing the game, because it would be rude if I were to decide everything by myself. For certain things, I have to ask some of my players what they would like the world to be, or which kind of mechanics they want to interact with, and which ones they absolutely hate. So I know what to do or what not to do. So I'm preparing for that by making a document for session 0, so I can talk about it using the document and then note it or like delete it or remove it or alter it depending on their input. So it's a lot of pre-work, but hopefully it's gonna be fun. Oh wait, didn't we also put the 8 for session 0? Yes, we did. Or we're trying to. Well, I guess, yeah. So that works. We can do Enshrouded on the 7th. We can have session 0 on the 8th, and then Warframe on the 9th. Pretty much. Hey.
Yeah, I'm currently sitting here thinking if I'm it's either I might get really long I might have more free time soon.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a little bit hit and run for me. Like, you probably noticed that I have not been putting up schedules for a long time, or scheduling in streams for a long time, and usually do it like an hour beforehand. But that's also because I have to check if I'm in the mood for streams and if I have time for streams, because sometimes I'm feeling kind of tired. But hopefully it becomes better again.
Yeah, in my case, it's
Also, I should ask something probably off the group for D&D. Like, should we be streaming session 0 or should that be off stream? Like, that's probably an important question.
I think it would be. I don't mind if it's on stream, because it is a good way to have input from people who are gonna watch us play the game as well. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Because something may look slow.
It kind of depends, because sometimes you want to be able to talk about something with the DM without revealing the story to everyone, right?
Oh yeah, right.
So that's a little
Maybe we can do the first half on just off.
Yeah. For just the general rules and the character creation, we could stream that. And then for the more in-depth background story, you can just do that post stream.
You could do that on post. Yeah.
That makes sense. I probably think that, especially with the new people, they probably can't just shake out like a complex background story to their character on the fly. They probably want some time to think about it, like what they're gonna do after making their, like, picking their species, their background, and their class. They probably want to process some of that information first.
Yeah. I mean, in my case, I already have like the draft of like my character's motivations
like
and all that.
Jinn and Keita are more advanced in your character development. It's more Shige and Tethered that are like new to D&D, so they need a little bit more guidance in how to make their character, or what's important, or what to do or what not to do. So that's why I'm giving extra attention to this document for session 0, so they know how to act or get a good first introduction to D&D without, like, what I would hate is if they get surprised, or if they would hate certain mechanics and then they think like, oh, I wish I knew that earlier. So that's why I feel like it's important to...
Yeah, the other thing is, the other reason why I haven't wrote my, like, the complete like a completed backstory for it. I actually want to coordinate it with you, so that since I'm already I've already played D&D way too much, and I do want the others to enjoy this as well. I was hoping we could collaborate a bit on like how I build my characters, so it's a bit more inclusive, I guess.
Oh yeah. Well, you can definitely always DM, like direct message me. Like I hate that I have to say direct message, because DM also is used for Dungeon Master, right? So
yeah.
So I have to specifically say direct message me, or like PM me or whatever. You can just PM me, talk about what you're planning, and then asking like, hey, is this okay, or what do you think about this? And then I can put my input based on what I know about the world, like, hey, this fits, or this doesn't fit, or hey, maybe you can tie in your story with this part of the world, or maybe this faction is interesting for you to tie your background into. Like, if you come with a base concept, then I can react based on that, right?
Yeah, because my goal for it is my goal for at least our session is to have the newer players enjoy our time, and I want to focus more on the role-playing aspect instead of the mechanical aspect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do question like how many NPCs I'm gonna be able to remember and narrate for.
Like, time for you to lead.
Yeah, time for me to learn. Usually, I'll probably try to keep it on the 3 NPCs at the same time. Like, if you go from one scene to another scene, that's fine if I switch characters. But if there's in one scene, if there's like 3 characters in a row talking in quick repetition, I'm probably gonna lose track of who says what. But I'm gonna try my best. Let's see, Cunning is saying, for my system I was planning to tackle vulnerabilities and resistance differently from 5e. I want them to be less swingy than in D&D 5e. Wait, swingy? What does that mean? Like how powerful they are?
Maybe.
Oh, is it like in a way where you only take 3/4 damage? Or is it like multiple levels of resistance? Like if you have 1 resistance, you take 75% damage. If you have 2 resistance, you take 50% damage. And if you have like 3 resistances, or like level 3 resistance, you only take 25%. And only if you stack up to 4 times, then you are immune to a damage type or something. I mean, that could be interesting. I would not know how to do that. My current idea is you begin by reducing the damage dice rolled by 1 step per resistance level, and then remove a die from the pool after you are down to a d4 maybe D6. I'm not sure if my system will use D4s yet. Further ability works inversely up to D2. Oh, okay, so the dice becomes bigger. Ah.
Yeah, that would be an interesting way to deal with it too.
Mm-hmm. What if it was just a static amount? So
because static amounts are hard to scale later on, because you know how large the like roll will like, you know.
Well, it also prevents insane situation of like, imagine you're a red dragonborn, right? And you have fire resistance. Instead of it just halving every type of damage, imagine it works like a static amount. Like, oh, you every fire damage you get is reduced by D12. Or like it is lowered by just a value of 12 or 10. That means that normal fire can't hurt you anymore. But fire breath from a dragon would still hurt. Stepping into lava would still hurt a lot, because it only stops like 1d12 or just 12 damage.
What I'm thinking about it is like this. So usually if you take fireball, it's what, 4d10 or was it 4d8?
Good question. I don't really know. I have to look up the spell.
Well, let's just assume it's a 4d10. So 4d10 with the rules that Cunning has mentioned. It's like, so from 4d10, that's a maximum of 40 damage.
A target takes 8d6 fire damage on a failed
save. Oh, there
save.
you go. 8d6. So for 8d6 example, so that's 48 at the highest. Yeah. So if they have resistance, that gets lowered to 8d4. So it's 24. It's still half damage, but there's better range. Which is why I think that I think that the way that Cunning works with resistance is something more interactive.
Could be interesting, yeah. But it's also more calculating, right? Which could also slow it down again. So it's kind of,
I mean,
like you have to pick and choose which mechanics to add, or like some things you can make more difficult or more complex, and other stuff you have to simplify a little bit. Because if you make everything complex, it would just make everything slow, right? So you have to like pick a little bit between which things you want to include or make more complex, or which ones should be more simple.
Yeah, but in the case of this one, it's as simple as just moving a tier on your dice.
Oh yeah. I use a
and besides, when you roll for damage, you do slash roll anyway.
Yeah. If it's like a virtual setting where you can just make a macro or automated roll, then it's easily solvable. Then it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. 8d6 is quite the hit though.
Yeah, that's why I'm really not that much of a fan of Fireball.
Well, it's not that bad because a lot of monsters start getting fire resistance. Like, fire is the most resisted elemental type in D&D. So even though Fireball's damage is so high, once you start fighting more special monsters, it starts to become half as effective because most enemies would have fire resistance. So even at max, they would only do 4d6 then? Yeah, 4d... Well, not really 4d6, because it's still 86, but the damage is halved, right? And then... it's also a matter of, like, how big is the group? Or how high do you actually roll on it?
Yeah, we're working with, what, 4 or 5
and it's also... I think it's also about succeeding... If you succeed a saving throw, it's also half damage, right? Like, imagine they succeed the saving throw and only take half damage from it. That means that the damage is already halved. And then with the fire resistance, it is quartered. So you only take 25% damage of the fireball, I think. Oh, no damage if they're a monk or a rogue with EV. Oh yeah, true. Half damage if you succeed to save, yes. Yeah, so if it's like a group of goblin rogues, then you're kind of screwed, right? Because they probably already have advantage on dexterity saving throws. I think it's dexterity, right?
Huh?
Yeah, it's a dexterity saving throw, which rogues usually have advantage on, I think. And then, even if they, well, if they succeed at it, they just take no damage at all. Which is rough. Rogues have proficiency. Yep. Oh, proficiency in dexterity as well. Yeah, that's on top of that. But there's also the thing. Wait, or was it barbarian that have advantage on dexterity saving throws? Like there was something with advantage.
No, I think for barbarians it's like saving throws in general, right?
Oh, danger sense.
Yeah.
Advantage on saving throws.
Oh, there was an interesting homebrew thing I've seen from like a house rule for barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the weirdest things that people complain about for barbarian is sometimes when they rage they get instantly nuked. So it's
yeah.
Fuck. So some people make a house rule where if the barbarian is raging, they can't go below 1 HP. But whenever they do that, when they go down, it depends on the DM. They already have 1 or 2 failed saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting as a suicide mechanic, but it's you know, there's a subclass that does that. See, I haven't really read much. I don't play barbarian, so
I know which one it is. I think it's the zealot, right? The holy barbarian thing. Like he's some kind of chosen of the gods, I think, and that's keeping him alive. Like even if he were to die during combat, he can still keep fighting until the battle is over. But then he drops dead, so you should definitely heal him up before the combat ends to keep him alive. Wait, which one was the... Was it maybe a subclass? No, it's not a subclass, I think. Was it Totem Warrior? No, it's... Yeah, Cunning is sharing the Zealot text at the moment. While you're raging, having 0 hit points doesn't knock you unconscious. You still must make death saving throws, and you suffer the normal effects of taking damage while at 0 HP. However, if you would die due to failing the death saving throws, you don't die until your rage ends, and you die then only if you still have 0.
Valid.
So just keep fighting, and just drink a potion with your last action before the fight ends, pretty much. Like if you for example, if you combine this with Fighter for second wind, then you can always safely do this. Like you can just fight until everything's dead, and then before the fight ends, just make sure that you use second wind to recover some HP. I think that was the thing. Let's see. Uncanny Dodge. Starting at 5th level, when an attacker that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use a reaction to halve the attack's damage against you. Evasion. You can nimbly dodge out of the way of certain area effects, such as a red dragon's fiery breath or an ice storm spell. When you're subjected to the effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed at the saving throw, and only half damage if you fail. What was the swashbuckler then?
That's a fighter subclass?
No, swashbuckler is also rogue, but more like pirate-ish. Oh yeah, it's more the pirate archetype. You can give yourself a bonus to your initiative roll equal to your charisma modifier. Oh, here's is another thing that I haven't talked about, but I am doing something special with the initiative rolls. So imagine you roll an 18. Then you can pick any value below 18 to be your value for the initiative roll.
Oh, damn.
You know why? Like, you can go above it, but you can go below it. This is so that you guys can set up group tactics. So imagine the rogue goes first, but he thinks like, I don't want to go first, I want to go second, because I first want to get blessed by the cleric and then have my turn, right? So they can drop their initiative below that of the cleric's roll, and then go second. That's what I'm hoping to do. So you can only lower your initiative, but not increase it. Because I think it makes sense that even if you are fast to respond, you can choose not to respond first. Let's see. Alright, also Barbarian class starting at 11th level. Your rage can keep you fighting despite previous wounds. If you drop to 0 HP while you're raging, you don't die outright. You can make a DC... Oh, okay, DC 10 Constitution saving throw. Wait, and it heals you now? Your rage can keep you fighting despite previous wounds. If you drop to 0 HP, you can make a DC 10 Constitution. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your Barbarian level. Yo, twice your Barbarian level? Then you're very hard to kill. Hey, they're actually making the Barbarian quite tanky. Like, there used to be a Barbarian class. I think the Berserker or something. But he would just give himself exhaustion. And that's a very bad thing to do continuously in fights. Yeah, as you can see, we're definitely not done with this document yet, but at least we made some progress on it. And I managed to talk to John and Shin a little bit about it, or what I'm planning, but more will follow during session 0. Also, I do feel like there are some rules we need to introduce as well, because we're all streamers. Like, what do we do when someone gets raided, or what do we do when this or that happens, right? I think the most general rule is just mute yourself for a bit and then respond to whatever's going on, like if you want to ban, or if you want to welcome the raiders, or welcome a new follower.
I think for this one, if we're all streaming it, it would be better to have the shared chat feature.
Oh yeah, that as well.
And whenever someone raids, I think it would be better to just have the person who got raided first acknowledge it. Everyone introduce themselves and their characters.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then give them like 5 minutes to interact, and then just you know,
well,
then go back.
That is one of the options, but it would be interrupting the flow of the stream and the session, right? Because suddenly you're like stuck for 5 minutes doing this or that. I think what would be best is to say like, one moment I'm getting raided, and then the rest of the streamers would know like, okay, so they're gonna probably talk to their raider or to the new viewers for a bit, and they know that the person is gonna mute themselves for a bit, which is fine, because if it's not their turn, they can just silently listen in while other people do their thing, and then once it's their turn, they can just go back to saying what they want to do for that moment, right?
Yeah, that too.
Oh, push to talk or push to mute? Yeah, definitely. Those two are good options.
I don't usually turn those on because I keep forgetting them.
Wait, you don't necessarily have to do push to talk or push to mute. There's also toggle to talk or toggle to mute.
Yeah, about that.
That one is usually better.
I kind of suck at keeping that in time.
By the way, you mean Frenzy from Berserker starting? Yeah. Like, I feel like exhaustion is pretty bad for the Berserker. 2024 rules is if you use reckless attack while your rage is active, you do extra damage to the first target you hit on your turn with a strength-based attack. To determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6 equal to your rage damage multiplier or bonus and add them together. The damage has the same type as the weapon of a... Wait, same type as the weapon or unarmed strike used for it. Ah. Oh, okay, so it's no longer exhaustion then? That's pretty important, I think. That's really nice. Well, I guess certain classes did get the buff. Also, I decided that depending on the class, I think I want to read what the 2014 version is versus the 2024, and then let the players choose themselves which version they want to play. Is there a big difference between Artificer between 2014 and 2024?
There might be. I haven't read the 2024 version yet.
Well, if it's within reason and you want to play it, let me know, then I can look through it. I think in Jinn's case, I think I'm not sure, but I think they're playing the 2024 version. Oh, there's no 2024 Artificer. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes things easier. There's just one Artificer then. Outside of Unearthed Arcana stuff recently received. Ah, but that's usually experimental. I do like the Unearthed Arcana stuff for the traps. That one looked interesting. There was also the skill feats for Unearthed Arcana that also looked interesting. I downloaded it. I still have to read through it. So I have to make a decision if it's actually interesting enough to allow or not. Let's see. We have been going for a while and I still have to eat dinner and it's already almost, well, it's getting closer to 11 p.m. So I do think I'm gonna end stream soon and then probably send you guys off to another channel. Let's see, what's a good channel to go through? So do you think there's a lot of VTubers that do D&D, or is it most... Well, when I look in the D&D category, it's mostly people with webcams, right? Or...
It's kind of a mixed bag, frankly.
Really? Because if I look in the D&D group, it's mostly webcam people.
It's a mixed bag. Like, right now I'm seeing 4 VTubers doing D&D, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a mixed bag.
Also, I have to start looking into making an interesting backdrop for the group overlay. So once we're actually in a session, where am I positioned? Where are you guys positioned? So it's pretty clear who's playing what, who's doing, like, what your name is, or what your in-character name is, and what your class is. Like, I need to figure something out for that. I do like this version, like this background, I like it, but I feel like it's taking up too much space and there's not a lot of screen being used for looking what I'm doing on the screen. So I feel like I should, for the gameplay thing, I should make myself smaller so I can fit in the borders, something like that. And also give a warning that during D&D streams that I might respond less to viewers or can't interact as much with viewers, because as DM you're pretty much involved in any scene and any situation, right? I can't just go silent. Although I think breaks would be nice. I should share with you one of my bargain bin scrolls. Oh, okay, what do you have in store for us? scroll of army of Agathas. Roll 5d10 and summon that many commoners or all elderly woman named Agatha. Agatha all along.
Dude, that was actually one of the that's actually one of the funniest twists I've heard on like a D&D campaign that one of my friends was running. Because he asked me to sit in and I'm like, oh, okay, so they're fighting against a wizard, okay. And then it's like, oh, I cast Tasha's hideous laughter. You dare use my own spell against me? Shit. Like, shit.
Oh, shit, we're fighting Tasha. Whoops.
Oops, you guys are fucked. Run. It was a nice, like,
Oh, by the way, I should probably add another thing, and that's about the wish spell. I think the wish spell should be nerfed into limited wish spell.
Yeah, I'll take that.
So, so what limited wish does is that it changes the permanence of the spell. So it's not permanent anymore, but it has a set duration. So it could be like, oh, for the next hour you have that effect, or maybe you have it for the next 3 months or for a year. But it puts a little limit on how powerful it is.
Yeah. Oh wait, Dean. Jinn, do you know do you know the rule of naming for magic items?
Not really.
Like, the longer the magic item's name is, the less intimidating it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. For example, King Lodric's magical death sword says that stipulates that there's a lot of magical death swords out there, so they had to go and define it. Now, if someone says, "Here's the Throngler," that's intimidating because that's the only one.
No, not even like a word in front of it. It's just one word, Bloodthirster, or something like that.
Yeah, see? See what I mean? It's
or even it's even better if it's just one word, Demise.
Demise. See, if it just says demise, you're like, shit. That's that's intimidating.
You know what would be very scary? A great hammer called IRS.
Shit.
Every time it hits you, it takes part of your money. I do wonder, like, I'm gonna have to ask this of the other players if they're into like those type of weapons where it doesn't really make much sense, but it is a funny effect. Like, oh, every time you're hit, it takes like 10% of your money. But yeah, we're gonna have to decide that later. Let's see, roll. Oh, my magic shops have bargain bins where there's sheep scrolls crafted by mages still in trade. Or maybe they're slightly worn or slightly damaged, which alters the effect of the spell.
Yeah, like where's the spell list again? I like thinking of funny ways of like working the funny spell list for D&D.
I think I got an interesting one. Imagine if you just have like ball spell, but the first part is like worn out, or maybe someone spilled some coffee on it, so you don't know what kind of ball it is. Like, is it fireball? Is it lightning ball? Is it acid ball?
You just cast it. You just cast it and just. And it's just a ball.
No. But like when you cast it, you have to roll like a d10 or like depending on how many elements there are, and there's a small chance it would just be a regular ball, but it could also be one of the elements like thunder ball, lightning ball, acid, poison, or fire.
Or here's another one like hold monster.
Because it's a bargain bin spell, it just teleports you to the nearest monster and you're in touch range.
Actually, I should expand on that spell. So, imagine there's a chance it summons a normal ball, but it still flies at its insane speed, so it still does the same amount of damage, but it's bludgeoning.
Yeah.
Like, that thing just hits you in the face for like, what is it, 86? Bludgeoning damage.
Here's another one. Negative energy flood. The discount version of this spell. It's just someone giving you bad vibes.
Ooh. Yo, I already know what the full name of the spell should be for that one ball with bludgeoning effect. Dodgeball.
Dodge. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
If you get hit, you take this much damage.
If you can dodge a fireball, you can dodge a dodgeball.
Yeah. Well, you can literally say like, oh, the player receiving or getting hit by the dodgeball has to make a dexterity saving throw to catch the ball. If he fails, he takes damage.
Oh, here. Okay, here's a funny
Imagine
one.
if he and then you have to add the effect. If you successfully catch the dodgeball, you can throw it back.
Oh, here's a funny one, Jinn. Mass suggestion. Discount bargain bin version of mass suggestion. It's just someone suggesting you all go to mass.
My first thought before you mentioned that was something like that thing Will Smith touched in Men in Black at the headquarters. Wait, is that the slimy ball thing?
I think.
Find traps, teleport you on top of the nearest trap, triggering it. Oh no. Well, there's also another definition for find traps, but I don't think we're allowed
to use. Find traps, you go for the nearest crossdress. Oh god.
You know what is weird with the new, like there's one spell called Protection Against Good and Evil, but it doesn't actually protect against good or evil.
What?
Well, they changed it so it only protects against Celestials, Fiends, Devils, and Undead, specifically. So it's no longer alignment based. In the past it was like anything of that alignment you gain, well, the enemy gets disadvantage on their attacks against you. But these days it's not alignment based anymore, it's just specific monster types.
Oh god, I just read something cursed.
Oh.
Dominate monster, bargain bin version. Every single monster around you just turns into a masochist.
Oh yeah, you're right about that, by the way, Cunning. Like, it was never that in 5e, but I read it was so before 5e. Before 5e, protection against good and evil used to be alignment based apparently, but they changed it in 5e. And I thought, like, you know, that sounds actually pretty cool to have something that's alignment based, because that's so rare to see. And then they had to remove it and make it into races anyway. They turned the spell racist. Speciest.
Jeez.
God.
It's the thing that just bounced around, smashing everything until it was caught by Agent K. Oh, wait, I have...
from 1! That's MIB1.
Oh, really? Man, I have not watched that movie in such a long time. Like, the only bad... Like, I have one bad memory of the Men in Black Global thing.
Oh, that one's bad. Let's not talk about it. That kind of killed the series.
Yeah, I kind of don't like it. Like, the first one is iconic, and then I'm not sure about the second one anymore.
Second one feels incomplete. Not gonna lie.
The third one was good, right? I think they had the time travel thing, I think, in the third.
Third one was okay, yeah. But you can feel Tommy Lee Jones just really aging so much already, so...
See, 3.5, it was just protection from evil, and that specifically affected evil creatures. Yeah, see? But it's still an alignment thing, and that's nice. I don't think there's a lot of alignment stuff these days. Oh, another ad break.
And here's the and there's the cursed version of all the power words. Never mind, I'm not gonna continue that again.
There's some cursed shit here. Is like a power word. Okay, what are other power word spells that you can think of? Oh, here's a 9th level power word spell. What? Power word nut. Oh, no.
Okay, I will say one thing. I will not use power word kill, or what is it?
Oh, thank God.
Because I feel that's kind of fucked up. Well, unless I know you guys got counterspell. If you guys got counterspell, then I'm gonna assume that you guys gonna counter it, right? But that does mean that I'm gonna look at your spell list first before I ever attempt to do it. Or maybe I would just target at an NPC, and then it's up to you if you want that NPC alive or not. How do you feel about that one?
I don't like power word kill. It's annoying as hell.
But imagine it's casted at an NPC, like just a regular NPC that's with you guys. Is it more fair to use that?
It's still annoying. It's still annoying because it's like, if you use power word kill, it's like, what do you want me to do? If you use it on us, it's either one of us dies or it's gonna hurt a lot for, you know, because you just casted the spell. If you use it on the NPC, it's kind of unfair because what if we like that NPC?
Well, at that point you can cast counterspell, right?
Yeah.
Oh, right. That suggestion I gave for a counterspell. It doesn't fizz out the spell, it just modifies it a bit.
Power word still, you can't talk anymore.
Yep.
But I will say, there's some rules to power word kill. At first it is a 9th level enchantment, so it's pretty high in spell levels. And the creature has to be 100 hit points or lower. Like, if you have beyond 100 hit points, it has no effect on you. And I feel like at level 9, usually you're sort of tanky enough to shrug something off, right? At least you wouldn't get targeted by it at level at the first round, right? If you don't take damage. But still, it is kind of a nasty effect. I would try to avoid using it on people. It could be nice as a thematic effect.
Yeah, for thematic use, go ahead. Like, this NPC really needs to die, so that's why I use power word kill on him. Then sure, why not?
Oh, Cunning found something else. Cure wounds, just add salts to the wound to cure the meat.
Well, yeah, I suggested something with Jinn a while ago where we're like, what if counterspell doesn't fizzle out the spell? It either gives you a shittier version of the spell that still connects, or the spell just changes because you flip one word around or you add a space somewhere.
Oh. Yeah, that could be interesting, but yeah, like if you have to do that, and I as a DM have to always take that into consideration, that at any point of time you could be changing one letter of the spell that I'm casting, then I have to keep making spells on the fly to adjust their effects, right?
Or we can agree that you just change it on your own, like fireball.
Well, I think that would be maybe more suitable for like a one-time effect where it's a scroll. So after using it, you just lose access to it. So it's like a one-time event that could be hilarious or game-changing, but you don't have to continuously keep it in mind.
Yeah, like fireball. Okay. Counterspell. Okay, what do? I removed the E. It's now furball.
Oh no.
Just throws a rabbit at you.
Imagine this is a hairball.
Yeah, there you go. Instead of fireball, it's just hairball.
Yeah, it's a cat's hairball just being spit at you. Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Who's still streaming at this hour, by the way?
I have no idea.
Wait, is Elden Ring Night Rain out?
Yeah, Night Rain is out.
I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
I'm not gonna buy it ASAP.
Yeah, like always waiting for the discounts. I still have Dark Souls 2 to play, but I'm waiting for my costume. I need my fantasy costume. Officially seen, it should be finished this month, but honestly, I don't think they can ever finish this in like a month's time, because they have not even sent a sketch. So that kind of worries me. But I guess I'm gonna experience it. I'm gonna see how it turns out. Hopefully without issue.
Oh, it's 5:09. I'm pass out for now because
no problem. Thanks for
I'll see you later.
Thanks for dropping by and talking.
No problem. Let's talk a bit though later for like more D&D stuff before we do session 0. I want to iron things out with you early before
no
that.
No problem. You can just PM me, DM me at any time and ask if I'm okay with something. Just write out the full message, and then when I have the time, I can just respond to it. If I'm literally there, I can just immediately react to it as well.
Yeah, I'll just DM it to you later. Anyways, I'm gonna pass out. See you later. Peace.
See you later. Bye-bye. Alright. Let's see. We got a channel to raid, but we have to who are we raiding actually? Oh, there's already people ending. Darn it. Wait, we can also just raid someone that we already know if someone is streaming. That's Wuthering Ways. Variety Night. There's someone doing art. Huh. I sometimes feel weird about like who should I raid when doing D&D, because I'm not really doing the campaign yet, so I feel weird raiding into an existing campaign. But it's also not really art related at the moment, because it's more like rule set and world building, right? So that makes me wonder like what would be a good raid, or should I go for art, or should I go for D&D, or just someone that I already know? Oh, hey, Atora. Oh, but they're on the break screen. Well, we can still rate them, right? Let's see, how long have they been on the raid screen? Well, we can just send you off, and then people can just enjoy it or not. And then I'm gonna head off. Wait. Summons a fairy in front of you on fire. It suffers 1d4 damage per turn until it dies. Otherwise, it remains up to 1 minute with concentration. Oh, fairy fire. Oh. Like you summon it and it immediately starts screaming because it's on fire. Needless to say, it will not be friendly to you even if you put out the fire, because you summoned it away from where it was and it was set on fire. Yeah, not ideal. All right. I'm gonna send you guys off, and I'll. I think I'll see you guys tomorrow then. What am I gonna stream tomorrow? I have no idea. We should maybe try something new. But anyway, for today, I'm out. See you guys next time. Bye bye. Thanks for watching.